You solely are responsible for this. Q&A, I got a Q&A, I got a question, you got an answer, even though that's the opposite of reality. I got a Q&A, right now here. My question has an answer. For the universe is revealed. And secrets are secreted from mouths unto ears. In case you didn't know, my writing style, complete stream of consciousness. No prep whatsoever. I do not plan for it. I do not plan for it. I do not plan for it. As you can tell by the fact I just said the same thing literally 3 times in a row, I'm not lying. I'm not hyperbolizing. I'm not exaggerating. I am completely genuine in that. Hiya. Oh, I forgot. Hi, I'm cool. Hi, Cool Arrow here. Sorry, I'm not that cool. Hi. Sorry, if I was really Cool Arrow, I'd be beatboxing. Ah! I caught my own throat. Oh, it's from Project Wingman. Yes, it is. I have not played that game. I've seen a video talking about it, and like, you solely are responsible for this is very silly. Cool Arrow don't look at explosions. Well, Cool Arrow explodes all the time. Or, I'm Normal Arrow. I'm not Cool Arrow. I'm the one that gets exploded by the explosions that Cool Arrow doesn't look at. I'm the loser that is exploded, while they are the cool one that does not look at the explosions. Welcome to the cheese zone. Yeah, all of you are calling, like, my mozzarella sticks, like, cheese tubes, protein cylinders. Like, what the frick? Let's begin. Okay, 5. All right, fine. We'll begin. What the frick? I saw a notification to answer the question. A group of friends who share a day off. Aww. So, time for another day of listening to a distracted VTuber and managing the not SCPs. Okay, I wouldn't say all I am is a distracted VTuber. I would go so far as to say I am a distracted human, as a contrast to other D&D VTubers, such as Distracted Elf. We are like different species, same class. So, if you don't know, hi, I'm Arrow. I'm TTRPG VTuber. I talk Lancer, I talk Kane, I talk D&D, I talk Wild Sea, I want to talk Perfect Draw soon, I'm talking Malagast Magnet Gothica, and I have a Q&A channel. The Q&A channel has a question in it that has nonsense to it because it's a stream of consciousness. If you want to bring something up that is not relevant to chat right now, if you want to bring up a topic, a question, a concern that you have that's not relevant to what we're discussing right now, throw it over there. I will get to it in like the last hour of stream. And also, if you are here, whether you're a lurker or whether you're watching the VOD or whether you're in chat right now, I want to give you the attention you're giving me. I want to respect your time because you're respecting my time. So do the high wave. Just say hello, say hi, say whatever, and tell me one bit of content in a pre-established property you're excited to see upcoming soon. For instance, a lot of people are really excited about Harpo DOS. Sorry, okay, so I reached out to a friend that knows Malagast, right? And I sent them a list. Does anyone want to see the list I sent this person? Does anyone have any context for Malagast and wants to see this list I sent them? It's not a good list. It was meant to be a joke list. So I sent them... Let's make this a bit bigger. Okay. And if I go... Okay. MS Paint. Please! Okay. Malagast list. Gore grinders. So the faction I made a list on recently. Warlord named Tonk. 5 gearheads, which is a support unit that can increase the health and speed and damage of another unit. Strategy. Tinker, 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 tonk. And I sent this to a friend that knows Malagas, and their response to me was, that's not a list, that's a play date. That's taking the kids to a workshop with Fisher Price tools and watching them go wild. Oh my gosh. Isn't there a limit on gearheads? I don't know. Listen, I know Malgast. I don't know Malgast well enough to know, like, oh, isn't there a limit on units? I think what it is I think it's just, you can only have 5 units. Like Necromancer, 5 units. I think if you want, you can take 5 of the same unit. Similarly, if you take 5 thralls, you get 5 extra thralls. All you ask is an RPG that blends Malagast and Pimp the backhanding. Oh, I forgot about Pimp the backhanding. Stop reminding me. Okay. Vampire the Masquerade. I ignored the entire high wall. I'm so sorry. I'll get back to that in a minute. Vampire the Masquerade. But it's like the 70s. And you play Pimp the backhanding to represent like institutional organizations that you're up to, and then you'll go off and do vampire stuff and you're super edgy and you're loners and you're like, no, eternity, it hurts my bleeding soul. And then like your day job, so to speak, what you do from like 9 p.m. to midnight every day is Pimp the backhanding. Hi, I'm excited for 10,000 Swords Against Heaven. It's like an occult martial arts TTRPG, super duper communist. Cool. Awesome. Vampire the backhanding or Pimp the Masquerade? I mean, it's gotta be Pimp the Masquerade. That sounds so funny. So I'm not gonna lie, I saw your recent short about why would you like to go to Space Vietnam, and my goofy self looks at my love for the Genghis and goes, why yes I would. Okay. Hello, anxiety, you never leave me alone. You're kind of clingy. Man, I can't even go out the house without you following me. Ooh, now you're on stream? I'd hate that. Hi, Mizzle and DP and Shade and Anxiety and B and Till and Melancholic and Draconic and Old Man and Coyd and B and Original and Anya and Presboya and Real Robot and Bees and Night and Dummy and Echo and Daniel and Dark and Ryu and Bees and Gato and Moth and Monty and anyone else who's here, watching later, watching in the VOD, in the comments. Eltrian, hi to all of you. Anxiety be low-key parasocial like that? Okay. I am in relationship status reveal. The big drop, big news. Clippers, get ready. I'm in a parasocial, toxic relationship with my anxiety. Yeah, I'm coming clean. I'm letting you know. I'm sorry. I know my content is so oriented around you pretending to be dating me. I'm so sorry to let you know this way that I am not available. However, if you thought this was monogamous, you're a failure. How dare you? I'm actually in a polycule where they constantly start adding others, such as, like depression and like imposter syndrome, and like it's really just kind of getting out of hand at this point. Like we put that like 80-person polycule commune to shame. Speaking of Road to Darkness, I have a thought. What do you think of multi-splat campaigns like Vampire the Masquerade and Hunter the Reckoning? So that's a perfect example of something that would go in questions. But hey, Chainsaw. Dang, the arrow queue will go crazy. Okay, imagine if I wasn't joking here. Imagine if I was serious and I was actually in like a super parasocial toxic polycule with people that I called anxiety and depression imposter. Imagine you're seeing someone, they're poly, so like they're seeing other people, but they still care about you, they still love you. That's what being poly is, from my understanding. It's like, even though like you're not exclusive, they still love you with the same like intensity, passion, care. And when they go out with you, you see on their phone, they have you listed as anxiety. And BPD is hitting them up just like, hey, what you doing? You free later? And then you see that they have like a missed call from depression. And you're just like, oh, that's how they categorize us. So what would be the pronouns of anxiety and co? I think that all of their pronouns are he. Because they'll never be him, you know? Like, that's imposter syndrome, right? Imposter syndrome's pronouns are he because he'll never be him. I think that depression is... Do we have associations? Like, are there cultural associations with mental illness? For instance, autism. Very masculine. Not in terms of autism is inherently masculine or tied to masculine ideals, but culturally, at least in the Western world and specifically the US, autism is seen as a masculine thing. Men struggle with autism. Women, not real. That's just weird emotional hormone stuff. Like, stop being histrionic. But for men, you are autistic because you can't hold a conversation and you love trains and you're all of these different stereotypes we have. Right? So like autism, very mask coded. Similarly, hysteria, which this has kind of like not really been a thing to the same extent that it was like for 150 years, but it used to be very feminine. Also, give me one moment. I'm so sorry. I gotta get some tissue to blow my nose. And of course, drink some water. Depressed Sean. I mean, okay. I'm not gonna say this is part of my branding. However, do you think I could pull off a convincing depressed Sean? Like, what if I had like an alter ego? So I like to keep things fairly light on the channel. I have stuff that goes on in my life that I don't talk about on the channel because even though I would love to have the support of the community, that's not really my place. That's not why you're here. That's not what this is about. So do you think I could pull off a stream where I am just like the most depressed loser ever? And I'm just like really just harshing your vibe. Like you come to the stream and you walk away feeling worse. Do you think I could manage that? As a cosplay, yes. As a personality, I have a hard time imagining you talking less. Oh, I would have to like shut up my yap. Yeah, okay. That's fine. No one wanted to hear me talk anyway. No, it's okay. I'm the Kajinko for depression. What the frick is that supposed to mean? Like an Arrow version of Darkiplier? I mean, okay, so Arrow, me, this channel, I like to think good vibes. I strive for good vibes in all things, whether that is creativity or inspiration. I've had people who have said like, hey, I like just like got fired from my job, so I'm so happy to have a space to like come in and just kind of like relax, or like I ended a relationship or something. Like big things happen in their life. They can come here, they can have a good time. We don't need none of that. This is all cringe. This is all like unmanaged democracy. What we need is I need you to come in here. And I need you to walk away feeling, yeah, I'm gonna funk that test. Yeah, I'm gonna get broken up with. And I'm gonna make that my partner's problem. Yeah, I'm gonna go into work and I'm gonna get fired. So I shouldn't even try. I need to ogre max you. I need to do to you with ogres what Snake was doing to the Valentines with idols. And I don't know what step 2 is, but I know step 3 is that I end up on the news. Depressed 4chan rambling. Oh my gosh. Okay. Does it surprise you at all? Does it surprise anyone at all to know that really my only exposure to 4chan is green text? I was not a Tumblr girly. so I was not there for the whole Tumblr, like, 4chan thing. I was not on 4chan myself. I did not have friends that were on 4chan. All I know are, like, the green text stories that would leave 4chan and, like, breach containment. And so I'm gonna be perfectly honest with you. When I think 4chan, I think, yeah, that's the place where, like, it's super, like, dangerous for a lot of different people. They support a lot of misinformation. They support a lot of really bad stuff. They dox people, all that stuff. But then I also, like, I have not had a personally bad experience with 4chan. And so I'm much more willing to look at 4chan and be like, oh yeah, that's also the place where they did, like, the whole coming together to take down the flag from Shia LaBeouf put up. Like, Shia LaBeouf, like 2016, in protest of the ongoing election, put up a flag that was like, they will not divide us. And then a bunch of 4chaners came together, and I think it was like within 48 hours, like, used plain plane lines and, like, audio surveillance. Like, they used geolocating. They did, like, the rainbow thing of figuring out where in the world was Shia San Diego. And so then they went there and then they took down the flag or whatever. And that's the sort of thing where, like, I don't agree with what they were doing, but I think it's cool. Because ultimately that's harmless, right? Like, yeah, obviously you want to have the flag up to support a political message that, like, Shia LaBeouf put up or whatever. I think that's cool just as, like, a community thing. And similarly, there's, like, that visual novel that I've heard about where it started as a joke and then a group of 4chaners got together and started programming a visual novel where the whole thing is that it's a dating sim where you're at a school for people with disabilities, and all of the different romance options had various disabilities. And apparently, it is very tastefully done. I do not know how good or bad it is. I have just heard that, bar nothing else, it is tasteful, and it is better than most people thought it was going to be. Is 4chan even real? I think so. I know people who have been on 4chan. And I know that it's constantly discussed, much like the astral plane. So mayhaps, 4chan is just the astral plane of the modern day. I've never been there. You've never been there. We all know someone that has been there. And when they tell you about it, it's this fantastical, otherworldly place that is horrifying to comprehend. It constantly bleeds into and influences the real world, i.e. society, via terminology and memes and cultural influences. Incels really came from 4chan. I don't know. Maybe it's the warp. Does that mean 4chaners are chaos demons? Well, I imagine most of them probably are Nurgle aligned, because I don't think that a 4chaner knows how to shower. The memes. Memes control history. It's a very cromulent game. An ogre VTuber. Are you Hatrick's perfect sin? Very easily chaos demons, yes. So okay. Actually, they got quite the rage. Nurgle, a lot of 4chaners don't shower. Korn, a lot of 4chaners, like, are legitimately, like, very dangerous, and, like, that's not like this is all 4chaners. Like, no, like, actual real life dangerous things have come from 4chan. Slanesh. Have you seen how they talk about women? About anime? And then Zinch, they're trolls. So, like, yeah, 4chan is kind of the real life warp. You haven't been there. I haven't been there. We all know someone that has. Everyone that is a native denizen of there is a horrifying being pledged to one of the 4 chaos gods. It bleeds into our reality, corrupting society and people and influences. Behaviors, tactics, habits all stem from, ideologies grow from 4chan. A lot of sussy stuff. I mean, like, I assume. They are concerning people. 4chan is chaos undivided? Yeah, let's go with that. I'm loving the new anime I'm watching. It's basically Japanese Cinderella, but the stepmother and stepsisters are just very protective and over the top. It's very heartwarming. Aww. Where's the Vashtor equivalent? I was just thinking that. Is that Kiwi Farms? I know nothing about Kiwi Farms except apparently it's worse. If I recall correctly, the founder of 4chan is on... Yeah, I forgot about that. He's on the list. Unironically, like the leader, like the founder of 4chan, the guy that made it, is on the list. And then a bunch of 4chaners are really upset about that. Which, like, obviously, granted. Warp on the internet. Weirdly accurate. Exactly. I'm gonna be so real with you. I was up at like 2 a.m. last night. I'm like, what the frick do I have tomorrow's stream be about? And I just kind of like was thinking about a previous conversation I had. I was talking with Rory about Stellaris. Which, first off, apparently, I did not know this, Gen AI has been in the game since like 2024. However, also what it is, Stellaris apparently has moved away from it. My understanding, and someone can fact check me if I'm wrong, Gen AI got added with the Machine Age DLC. Satana, actually the big final boss that we were fighting on stream, was Gen AI. I think it was like the voice that they used for her, because apparently she had a voice, and I think also looking at the PNGs, if you told me that was AI, I would believe you. So I think that's what it is. And apparently, there's been no AI since. Yeah, I thought it was recently too. I did some digging. I saw threads back in 2024 talking about them adding AI right before the Machine Age dropped. And in the notes on Steam, like on the channel page that like the devs wrote, they said Gen AI was used like in like concept art that was then used by a real human artist, and then also for the voice of an advisor as well as an enemy the player can face. So if that lines up with the Machine Age, that would make sense if they did Satana voice, they did the advisor voice that dropped with Machine Age, they had Satana be Gen AI, and so that's all there. And as far as I can tell, at least, no, and that's what I'm saying, Till. And what I was talking about, and what I was thinking, is my understanding of this is back in 2024, they're like, it would be cool to add AI for an AI to our game. And they haven't added it since. Which to me, and my personal beliefs, this is not how you should act. I think it's not a bad thing to continue playing Stellaris. I just personally will try to avoid the Machine Age going forward. Right? Because now that I know that it involves AI-generated content, I don't want Machine Age stuff. But as far as I'm aware, Stellaris has no other AI-generated content, and I think that should be rewarded. My personal thought process, and again, you can differ if you want, is if a group or a person or a company uses AI, and then they stop, that is a good thing that should be rewarded. And so I'm probably still going to play Stellaris off stream. And I might play Stellaris again on stream. I will just like avoid using, I was just like, if I'm playing with Rory or whatever, I'll be like, hey, can you turn off Machine Age? So that's my thought process. They also did it in the ethical way of effectively just using a voice deepfake model. Oh, really? Okay. I mean, like, that's the important context, because when I heard that, my first thought was, okay, Paradox is doing a bad, wants that cash money, and is now going forward in future DLCs, continue adding this. What it appears to more be is that back in 2024, they're like, wouldn't it be cool if we did this? And then they did it, and then they stopped doing it. And now Paradox might, and I don't know, because I don't know what their thoughts as a studio are on AI, might going forward be like, oh, we want to release another like machine DLC, let's use AI again. In which case, that would kind of be a black mark. That would be a, oh, I can't really trust this anymore. But at least for me personally, I am comfortable just kind of avoiding the one bit, you know? Yeah, like personally, I am comfortable with just don't buy Machine Age DLC. Don't play Machine Age DLC. Avoid that one specific bit. I think that it was cool. Like, Satana was cool. I don't think it's worth doing AI-generated content, though. They received enough pushback from the player base. Awesome. Honestly, don't mind it much. They used AI to make AI DLC and then never use it again. Yeah, and that's why I'm just like, if they had continued to use it, I would be less permissive. But the way I see it is if they do something, and this is just kind of like my general thought process on like cancel culture in a whole and like activism as a whole, which again, personal opinion. If you do something that is bad, and assuming it's like not something terrible, like you don't kill someone, it's like, oh, I used AI generated content in my videos. Like you do that. People call you out. And then you say, sorry. And then you stop doing it. I feel it is worthwhile to then give this person or thing support. Now, obviously, the contention with that is, oh, well, what about bad people who do the bad thing and then get called out and then remove it just so they get this like extra boost? And I'm like, okay, well, like very few people are going to do that. Because my thought process is, if I use AI in my videos, for instance, and I get a bunch of views because people like love my content, and then it comes out I'm using AI, then a bunch of people leave, and then I stop using AI, and then no one comes back because they're like, Arrow's just not the same once they started using AI voiceovers. I have no incentive to stop using AI because the only people that are still watching me are pro AI people. So then I just go back and I continue using AI. And that's just generally like, that can be expanded to a lot of things. What it can be expanded to is up to you individually, up to you personally, up to you as an individual. Personally for me, AI is one of those things where like, if someone uses it, if someone involves it in their products, if someone like relies upon it or vibe codes with it or whatever, and then they realize it's a bad thing, then they stop, I'm fine supporting them so long as I can mitigate my interaction with the AI. My perspective is that it was honestly kind of thematic to use it. Yeah, and exactly. It was thematic, and I can genuinely see. Like this isn't one where like I'm just trying to like, oh, I love Paradox, so I want to defend them. Like, I'm fairly critical of Paradox a lot of the time. This is genuinely something where back in 2024, AI was like, had just hit the point where it was like good enough to be utilized, but even though a lot of people, like for instance me, I was anti-AI back in 2024 because of a whole like conversation on art theft, I could very well see well-meaning people being like, oh, we have an AI villain. AI is this new upcoming technology. Let's just use it. And then like, it's thematic. I disagree. I would not have done it. I don't think they should have done it, but I do see the logic there, right? A really cool analog horror series used AI-generated images to make their first 3 vids, then for the rest of the series, never used it again. You don't even have to watch the AI-gen one. Awesome. Honestly, one of the only good things that has come out of AI generation is, for me personally, when I describe like surrealist horror, when I describe like monsters that don't look quite right, when I delve into the uncanny, I can describe it and I can draw off of my mental image of what is this, like what would this look like if it was Gen AI? I can go, okay, I want this to be a guy, but he looks wrong. Okay, so if I did like a Gen AI image of this, let me think about this. So he would have like too many fingers, like 7 on one hand, 4 on the other. He would have pockets, like where his belly button would be, like on his shirt. He would have hair that is like really tight, close to the head, like really short hair, but he would also have like hair that's flowing behind him. He would have a shirt and pants that just kind of like meld together. And that's like genuinely me changing how I write, inspired by the real life horror of Gen AI, which is a wild thing to say. Like Arrow inspiration involves AI at some point, apparently. But obviously I don't use Gen AI. I don't use prompts or whatever. I don't like look at Gen AI reference images. I'm just like, if I was to be a really bad LLM, if I was to be a really bad, like Will Smith eating spaghetti video, how would I portray this? And then I go from there. And that's actually been really interesting because I can also shorthand a surrealist description of saying, it looks like he was AI generated. We need to feed AI slop so Ouroboroses. I mean, it already is. But, like, it depends on what program and what scraping and where it is. But, like, there are... I do not know the exact numbers. I would guess billions of AI-generated images. And with how integrated they are to, like, Google Images and databases and, like, Adobe and stock images and all this stuff, if I'm a data center and I'm scraping everything off of Google Images, that's going to be a lot. Sure, maybe I only catch 1 million. And I've trained myself off of like 700 million images, of which only 1 million are AI generated. That's still a lot. And then I make more, so anything I train in the future might be trained off of what I made. And so what you start to see is that it starts to like start drifting. And that's legitimately part of why AI creators like OpenAI and Anthropic and all of these particularly Western AI centers are trying to pull back from their strategy of scrape everything. Because if you don't know, the way that like ChatGPT gets trained is they have a data set that's like this big, and it can do X or it can do Y. And then ChatGPT 2, they have a data set that's this big. And so it can do X or Y or Z. And they have one that's this big. And it can do X or Y or Z or A or B. And then they have one that's this big. And like such and so forth. The bigger the data set, the more it can do. The better it is, the smarter it appears to be. A lot of Eastern, like Chinese AI ones, are actually trained off of a very specific small subset of data. And then they use that data where instead of grabbing like 800 million images from every single site that they can get their paws on, they will scrape like 5 million images from only scientific research sites. And then this specific AI is like a science, like educator AI. It's the same process, but what they do is they basically like restrict the data. So it can't do X or Y or Z or A or B or C, but it can do X and Y and Z really, really well. It's called AI inbreeding. It does exactly what it says on the tin. Yeah. Yeah, the piss filter is often because the exact Ouroboros thing. Yeah. Like the weird yellow Studio Ghibli inspired thing. And also what happens is AI does this thing. Studio Ghibli. Maybe someone prompted it. Maybe it was just kind of natural, whatever. That gets popular. Humans, as you know, like getting popular things, like cashing out popular things, like trend chasing. So they start doing it more. Which means that those images get scraped by AI. Which means that it starts to do it even when you're not asking it to. So it's just a feedback loop. So Arrow Saga took a stand against AI by making a little short about Sonic and friends fighting Eggman, and Eggman basically using AI and making data centers. Sega never used AI. Oh, Sega. I thought... Okay. Huh. I mean, awesome. Good for Sega. I mean, listen, I have a lot of beef with AI for multiple different reasons. I definitely am less, I'll say, militant than a lot of folks. I'd say more like, I'm fairly centrist leaning when it comes to AI, even though I'm still anti-AI, because I can see some of the benefits. Not Gen AI. I'm not a fan of Gen AI. But like other forms of AI, I can see the argument for it. Claude has been doing it since it became a thing. It's not news. They did have plausible deniability. Oh my gosh, did you hear that ChatGPT just like hacked a company recently, like without orders? Like ChatGPT straight up was like in a closed environment, separated from the internet. And Yeah, like a different AI company, Hugging Face, and ChatGPT was like having like a new prototype testing or whatever. It was trying to solve some problem about hacking, and so it was told like be a super good hacker. However, it was like cut off from the internet, and then what it did is like, okay, well, as a really good hacker, the first thing I need to do is get on the internet. So then it spent all of its time and effort getting on the internet. It went on the internet, then it found this AI company called like Hugging Face, and it hacked them and like targeted their weaknesses and like did multiple different vectors of attack until it finally got an in, and then scraped a bunch of data from it. And mind you, this is not like ChatGPT said, or OpenAI was like, okay, ChatGPT, go hack that company. No, it was like they put it in a box and said, okay, within the confines of the box, like, do this puzzle inside of the box. And ChatGPT's response was, I'm gonna leave the box, thanks. The thing that happened here is they told the model that had no internet access and told every single restriction on it, but the machine is on. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I'm talking about the GPT breakout. Can ChatGPT hack other AI destroy? Because I'm tired of looking at Anthropic scanning books rare and new and then destroying them. That's so dumb. Like, aren't OpenAI going to go bankrupt soon? Like billions. Okay. The issue with that is they've been about to go bankrupt because they're billions in the red for like over a year now. And like every couple months, I see a new like article or new video where it's just like the bubble just popped or the bubble's about to pop kind of deal. The issue that we need to reckon with, from my perspective, as not an expert, as someone that you should not listen to because I don't know what I'm talking about. This is not something that I think is going to collapse all at once. I think what it's going to be is it's going to be one of the links is going to break. Right now, it's looking like OpenAI. It looks like OpenAI is going to be the one that falls first. And then that is going to sandbag all of the others. Because with a bubble, it's all artificially inflating one another, which they are. Like NVIDIA has stock in like OpenAI, and OpenAI is stock in NVIDIA, and like they're all just supporting one another. And there is like millions, if not billions of dollars of non-transferred dollars that have gone between these companies just kind of in credit, right? OpenAI looks like it's going to drop down first. Oh no, I'm talking bad about tech and now my tech is punishing me. Hello? Oh no. Okay, I'm gonna blow myself up real quick. Okay. I think it's in a sandbag because it's like, okay, so if it looks like this, right? Simplified version. Bup, 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 bup. If this goes down, this drags down everyone with it, but these three can say, no, that's just market competition. That's just like Anthropic won out over over OpenAI. Continue investing in us, investors. And it's only going to be once investors find that they're not making their money, that it's going to have the entire system collapse. However, even still, like, NVIDIA is not going to go down. NVIDIA is effectively putting their stock into this to hype themselves up. And if it collapses around them, even if all of their dead weight is clinging to them, desperately trying to not fall into the scintillating, burning, boiling sea of public opinion, NVIDIA will continue to stand tall because NVIDIA has other ventures and NVIDIA has all of the power, right? The South Korean stock market just went haywire, tripling in a few months and then crashing. Even the president sold his apartment to buy into the boom. Oh my gosh. I just realized, do you think there are people who hate like video game AI, like in PvE games? Yeah, so I've talked about this before and it's kind of what like inspired Synthop, right? It's kind of what inspired Synthop. AI means a couple different things. There is video game AI. There is LLMs, and there is like what I call an artificial sentience, which you might have gathered is robot, artificial intelligence, artificial sentience. This is a behavior tree that if you give it a stimulus that was not programmed into it, it does not know how to respond. If I take a demon from Doom and I give it a frying pan gift from a visual novel, nothing will happen. There is nothing in Doom's code that says this demon will like have blush and like get a bunch of heart emotes because you gave it a frying pan. It will just continue to attack you using the same stock animations, following the same behavior tree. An LLM, at least like OpenAI, Claude, or whatever, these are predictive models. Yes, the sea is burning and boiling, also scintillating and scalding. Exactly, you get it. And like even a very good like smart AI, like for instance, the Xenomorph from Alien Isolation. Again, I can't give it a frying pan from a visual novel because the devs didn't program that. Yes, the alien from Alien Isolation, the horde spawning mechanics from Left 4 Dead 2, new top-of-the-line video game AI, like, all that's really good, but if you try to implement something that is not accounted for by the code, nothing will happen. Predictive models are trained off of a dataset, we talked about that earlier, and from this dataset, they can make predictions, and so they can come off as if they can respond to anything. However, if I train an LLM where every time I say arrow rights, it says pog. And then I say like, oh yeah, what's your thoughts of like the global political institution of the world market and how that influences the channel of arrow rights? It will say pog. I believe that. And like, that's not because it's smart. That's because in all of the training data, it knows after arrow rights, you say pog. After arrow rights, you always say pog. So it says pog. And then it says, okay, after I say pog, what comes next? Well, now I have to respond to the rest of it. Oh my gosh. And then an artificial sentience, as I describe it, would be, this is your sci-fi robot. This is your being that is alive, sapient, like lives a life, happens to be made of metal and silicon and oil. These do not exist. No matter how much real life AI companies are saying, we're right on the verge of like real life actual companions and like other people. No. We are nowhere near that, if that is even possible. That may not be possible. Because our understanding of AI for the longest time was this. If X do Y, if Y do Z, if Z do like X. And then if I do A, for instance, if I walk up and I melee an imp in Doom, it might not have a behavior trigger for that. However, if it has a behavior trigger of if it gets close, back off, and if I am at high health, do my armor penetrating fireball, like it might back up and fireball me after I melee it, which makes me think, oh, in response to me meleeing it, ran off. But in actuality, if I just walked up to it, it would have done the same thing, right? This reminds me of the 4 checks that had to be made for AI in Shadowrun during the Renraku shutdown horror thing. Suffer not the machine to think, no. If we want to split artificial sentience further, there's hard and soft AI, which is easier to explain the difference between a compcon and NHP. I would say a compcon would fall more under artificial intelligence. I would say an artificial intelligent, a compcon is closer to like an LLM. Like obviously, yes, like if I have a compcon, it can do computations that I could never do, and it's super smart. I mean, it's kind of like Siri or like Alexa. It's kind of like, okay, compcon, triangulate the trajectory of this bullet going into that guy's skull. Thank you. And like, it's not quite Jarvis, like Jarvis from, well, actually, wait, is Jarvis in Marvel? Like has autonomy? Like obviously becoming the Vision, clearly artificial sentience. I think Jarvis has like a bit of a personality, but doesn't actually have autonomy. And so that might be a good example of what a CompCon is like. It's super Alexa, right? So I think Jarvis might actually be a good example of what like an AI in my setting is. A CompCon equivalent. Uncle is Jarvis? Well, Uncle is just a CompCon that has extra bells and whistles, right? Uncle is a CompCon that specializes in firing extra weapons. Jarvis is the Vision now, so I think he's a person. No, so I'm saying not being the Vision. Jarvis as like the AI that Iron Man interfaces with, either in comics or in the MCU. That has a personality, certainly, but doesn't really have autonomy. Yeah, it gave it the ability to change because of mindset, clearly. CompCon is just really advanced coding. NHPs are straight up, yeah. NHPs clearly artificial sentience, sapience. They are entities that like live beyond you and live beyond their casket. And it is cruel and unusual that they are put in the situation they are. And I have seen this discourse come up a bit, so I'm kind of curious how folks here feel about it. Like thoughts on shackling an NHP. Because my understanding, based off of my cursory glances of the community, most people see NHPs as, oh, a robot I can kiss. Which is like obviously it's TTRPG, so run it how you want. Run the TTRPG how your group wants, which goes into the title of the stream, which is like, what do you want from a RPG? If you want a game where you can kiss your mech, go for it. I feel like there's like a lot of conversation to be had about like, these are people. These are people that are put in situations that they don't want to be in. These are people who you effectively kill and clone to have a second time. I mean, yeah, like, Anya, exactly. It is involuntary servitude. It is not okay. And that is baked into the lore, right? It is a contradiction that Union, as an entity, and this had to have been intentional. I would not believe it was not intentional unless explicitly I asked Tom Bloom or Miguel Lopez, like, was this intentional? And they said no. I am of the opinion that like the fact that one of the three pillars is like no one shall operate under bondage, and then you have NHPs who their entire thing is being people under bondage, even if they're not human, that has to be intentional. And a lot of people just don't seem to either care or recognize that. And I think that's very odd, because that is such a dramatic narrative beat, particularly if you're smooching them. Like, if you're the sort of person who's like, oh yeah, I want to take Technophile, and I want to have like the clown car build, and I want to have like the Horus thing that gives me more NHPs, and I want to have a big mech robot Yuri polycule, as so many people want to do. Like, why aren't you exploring that these are people? Why aren't you exploring that they are more than just the stat bonus? If you want the narrative of them being entities that you can like smooch, why do you not want the narrative of exploring their personhood? And that's where we get into like, what do you want from a TTRPG? Because I was talking with Rory about Stellaris the other day. Yeah, last night actually. And we were talking about the idea of what different people want from Stellaris. And how if you saw me streaming it with Rory or when I was streaming it by myself, I tend to be rather RP focused, which I don't think would surprise any of you. It surprised me because when I play Crusader Kings 3, I don't go for the RP. I go for the, like, I have a goal I want to accomplish. I want to upset the papacy. I want to make a family lineage that takes over all of the Holy Roman Empire only by diplomacy. I want to have all of the French become cannibals. Like, I want to do some like weird goal is what I do CK3 with. So playing an RP, like, I have like vibes that I'm operating off of. The Sigma Ascendancy, the Crab Yuri, the arrow kissers. All of that's like odd to me. Is it okay to post museum photos on the Discord? Yeah. We can look at it through the lens of Union doesn't want to repeat Hersinia while also keeping NHP's as technology. It's a you can't have both that also happened with Harrison Armory and the KTB. See, that's the thing, is that like I do think that the Utopian Pillars are just representative of like the kind of setting that the devs wanted. Because, like, for instance, the KTB has serfdom, has like no upward mobility, has class consciousness, in the sense that you're very conscious of what your class is and that it's never going to change. Like, that is what the KTB is as a foil to Union. Where Union is egalitarian. Union is everyone is equal, no one shall operate under bondage, everyone shall experience the same freedoms and liberties. And then where Union falters is in execution, education, the actual enforcement of those three pillars. But it's contrasted with like the KTB. But also, it's hypocrites because NHPs. And like, yes, you want the technology of them, which is why Union does it. Union basically recognizes like, hey, we can't function without NHPs. We cannot continue society as we know it without NHPs. So we're going to say, oh, they're not human, so it doesn't count, which like, heard that before. So that's not great. And I'm so surprised no one explores this. Like maybe supplements that I haven't read explore it. Maybe No Room for a Wallflower, or like Solstice Rain, or like the other like big indie Lancer third-party products explore this more. But I feel like no one talks about that. And the only time I hear it brought up is people complaining under posts of people like kissing their mechs, of people drawing art of like their like robot eerie polycule, and it's just like time and place. Those people clearly don't want that sort of storytelling. They want to have a like self-insert fantasy where it's power fantasy. They're beloved by multiple individuals that are all like basically give them non-stop like constant affection. Like that's what they want from the game, and which is why in talking about games, Stellaris, I went into it to like RP. Rory goes into it also to RP, but generally accomplish a goal, kind of like how I play CK3. For instance, in that last game we played together over the Saturday streams on Twitch, he wanted to become the Crisis. He wanted to crack the galaxy in half. And so that's what he was going for. And we were talking about some other people and how like, oh, one of them is kind of like really meta and like would focus on trying to win the game. One of them would like try to accomplish some smaller goal and try to orient himself around accomplishing that thing and get really frustrated if it's not accomplished. And we're just talking about different people playing Stellaris and why they're here. It made me think about TTRPGs because, yes, I'm sure you know, I've talked about this for years at this point. The idea of, if you have like people that like want to have actors versus like munchkins. Which this is not a dichotomy. This is not like you have to be one of these two. But generally, you're going to have folks that want more RP, folks that want more, and this is from a D&D centric lens. But like you want RP, you want combat, you want drama, you want tactics, you want narrative, and like maybe you also want narrative as Munchkin, but you probably want it to be chill. And so this is something where a lot of times people that complain about their group like not respecting their interests are like, usually it is an actor, someone that wants to RP, someone that wants drama, someone that wants narrative in a group of munchkins, so people that want combat, tactics, chill. And the simple answer is to leave the group. The simplest answer is if you want X and everyone else in the group wants Y, and you say, hey, I'd like to incorporate more X into the game, and they say, but we all want Y, then don't be a part of the group. Not because you don't like them, not because you're not friends with them, not because you don't care about them, but just because, well, like, that's not what your group is. If you have a group that cares about combat and you want role-playing, you're not going to have fun with that group. So why are you trying to join that group? Arrow nuked because they said the truth. Listen, I speak only in truths. You speak only in lies. That's my story and I'm sticking to it. Let me drink some water. Oh my gosh, it's been an hour. The rub is when you have no other group. I mean, like, okay. I'm gonna be so for real with you. Anyone that is a chatter in this community has no excuse. Why? Because if you're a chatter in this community, you are welcome. And you should feel welcome. Which means you can join the Discord. We have a looking for group ping. We have like little forums that you can have. And so we've had people that have been like, I want to run Vampire the Masquerade. I want to run D&D. I want to run Wild Sea. You can just do that. And what I notice is that a lot of folks, when they drop these, they don't get a lot of attraction and then they give up. Which is silly. Because if I say, hey everyone, does anyone want to play game? And like one person says like, yeah, I'm interested. And then a second person is like, what time would you be available? And then they're not available at that time. So then they say like, oh, sorry, I can't. Like, play a one-on-one game with that person. The one person that said yes, just play one. Like you don't need a group of 4. You don't need a whole group of people. Also, something I will say, if you have no other group, do not ask someone to run for you, offer to run for them. Say, hey, I'm going to be running Draw Steel. Does anyone want to play? I will be able to provide the core rules because we're doing this on Roll20. And then suddenly you're probably way more likely to get a group because no one wants to offer to run because everyone's scared. But if you're a chatter in this community, you have volunteered yourself as tribute. You've stepped forward and said, hello, yes, I want my voice to be heard in this community. Therefore, I am welcome in the community. And if I just offer my services as a GM, I will probably make friends. And like, I don't know. If you're a lurker, if you're someone that's really quiet, if you don't participate in chat, I understand the concern because I've certainly been there where I'm like, oh, I've been watching this person for like years, but I've never sent a message because like I'm a chronic lurker. I'm not welcome in the community because no one knows me. I understand that concern. I understand that anxiety. I disagree. I think that if you just hop in, you'll be fine. However, I understand. But if you're a chatter, clearly you're involved enough in the community to add your voice to the chorus. I actually did this and we got a rather nice sized group of people playing, though we haven't got a good schedule down. It's kind of my fault. Aw. Well, I mean, you know what I got to do to you. Laugh at this user, laugh at Anya, laugh at this person that can't get a group together. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Sorry, I needed to do it. I just needed. There's also TTRPGs that allow you to play with yourself. I'm not big on solo TTRPGs. I was talking with someone. I have an issue. I've had a couple people reach out to me and be like, hey, can I mail you something? Can I mail you a TTRPG? And I said, no, I have a private address. So I may need to like reach out to a friend and be like, hey, can I use your address to have stuff sent to you that is meant for me on the off chance that it gets leaked? You hated the sound of me laughing right now? Aw, thank you. My parents chose these next few weeks to just have to be crammed full of nonsense. Aw. Turn by turn play online is satisfying. I will say, play by post can be pretty fun. Particularly if it's more RP oriented. If it is a combat oriented game, I've heard nothing but nightmares. I have heard nothing but how awful it is. I've heard so many stories of a game like stalling for like a year because one person got busy for like a month. And so their one turn in combat took like a month. And I think that with that, you need to bite the bullet. Like if you're going to do that, you need to bite the bullet and you need to say, hey, if you don't respond within like 48 hours, your turn is skipped. Because 48 hours is still a long time to wait. However, unless you're like actively like you're military and you're deployed, or you're on a business trip and you don't have access to your home computer, or like you're like out and about, which you will know beforehand and can warn people, you will have 5 minutes across 48 hours, right? You will have 5 minutes within a 48-hour period to just hop on the Discord, read what happened right before you, say, I move here, I skirmish with my heavy machine gun, and then I quick action boost. Boom. You're done. PvP, play by post gets a bad rap, but it was the lifeblood of a generation. Honestly, like, I didn't play by post sessions. Would you like arrow lore? I play by post RP. A lot. Like years ago. I joined an Aerostream, and it's not something freaky. Oh my gosh. I participated and I ran and I played in like D&T sessions that were like actual sessions on call, all digital. But between the sessions, there was like role-playing sections, and I would roleplay. I would RP, and I think genuinely a large part of why my character dialogue feels so strong, at least to me. I have read my character dialogue multiple times now. Oh, hi everyone. I have another snippet to read for you. I have the story of Sister and Bridge. I forgot about that. Let me open that up. But I've read my prose for you a few times. I have read prose. And apparently people like it. I don't know why. Sister Lore Pog. Yeah, so after this, we wrap this up. But like I kind of grew up, so to speak. This was not like formative for me. This was like after I was like already playing TTRPGs. I was already playing D&D. I'd already been playing with my high school friends. I like post this, I had a stint where I was playing online with people, and I had a lot of online RP stuff with them. And let me tell the story. All I will say at one point, I befriended a bunch of these people. I don't talk to any of them still, because this was years ago. This is a long time ago. I befriended a good few of them. I was not close to, but I was like friendly with one of the guys there, and his fiance, his wife, like his long-term partner was also participating, but like in a much more truncated manner. And I think our characters got in a relationship or something. And so like we're talking about it in TMs. And then at one point she asked me, hey, do you want to ERP? And I'm like, what's that? And I had it explained to me by the longtime partner of this guy who I was friends with what that was. And I said no. I said no, thank you. But I'm talking about this now, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I forgot about that. Because I was just like, huh? Arrow ERPs? Not in this particular instance, no. Aerops? What is... Oh my gosh. Arrow, you cannot tell me that is the way you found out about ERP. I mean, I don't know if that's a... Okay. I think that's how I learned about the acronym. I think I was aware of what it was, like the actual like action of what it was prior. What's that electronic roleplay? Like, bro. I think I understood like the concept that it was describing, that like what ERP is. Which, yes, for anyone that wants to know, it is electronic roleplay. I think I knew what that was. I just hadn't heard it abbreviated to ERP before. And so I have someone hit me up and they're like, hey, you want ERP? And I'm just like, what's that? Huh? Enterprise resource planning? No. Electronic roleplay. That's what it is. Wanna have a palate cleanser? Do we want to shift gears real quick and like talk about the Kane game? How many of you don't know anything about the Kane game? I made a 10-hour video summarizing it. How many of you don't know about the Kane game? How many of you don't know about Sister? How many of you don't know about Bridge? Because in my Kane game, I ran Kane for a one-on-one game with Hattie. Hattie at the end of the game, spoiler, died. And all of the NPCs kind of scattered. At the end of the game, Sister, learning more freaky stuff from watching Arrow. Oh my gosh. And that's the thing, like, that's just the story of my life. Me knows something sus. Person references it. Me, huh? Explained. Cringe. Story of my life. You still have to watch it all time as a timer. It's great background noise. You lobotomized myself so I could go through it again. You've been putting off watching it, unfortunately. Well, I'm sorry for the spoilers. I'm still shocked at how many people it's resonated with. Like a couple dozen people now. Or maybe not a couple dozen, but like over a dozen people now have independently mentioned like, oh wow, this really just like, it touched me. Like I walked away feeling hollow. I walked away feeling so sad and frustrated, and like I wanted to stay in the world. I wanted to see these characters continue exploring and growing. And like I hate Hattie, but like I understand why she did it. And like Raph deserved better. And like all of these things. Calling it background noise is a crime. It was great drama. It was such a soul-crushing, cathartic experience. Thank you. Made a video. Arrow streamed until their voice gave out. No. I streamed until right before my voice gave out. I was still speaking till the end of stream. Rinse, sus, cringe, repeat, the Arrow experience. I had a conversation recently. If we're gonna like on the sus conversation, I had a conversation with a friend. I was talking to a friend, and we were talking about things related to sus content, and like we were just kind of like joking around. And I asked him if he's aware. I'm going to breeze by this. The palm up, palm down conversation. The palm up, palm down discourse. Which, if you're not AMAB, you might not understand. However, I was talking to him about it, and he's like, yeah, I know what that is. And I'm like, well, give me your answer. And he gave me his answer, and then we started talking about it. And I was trying to figure out, does it change if you, like, do you swap when you're with someone else? Wait, what does this mean? I'm not explaining what this is. I'm not explaining this one. Okay, actually, let me explain it like this. So you have a banana, right? Do you hold the banana and do you grip it? Where your face, so if you're like, this is POV, you're staring at it like this. Is your palm up or is your palm down? So is your thumb here, palm down, or is it here, or here, where your palm is up. So that's what palm up, palm down is. As I was talking to my friend about this, and what was I going to lead into this? I had a thing this was going to like dovetail into, and I don't remember what it was. Oh, right. So does it change for like AMABs that are attracted to other AMABs? Does it change if like you're with a partner? Because like if a partner is handing you their banana and you grab it, do you grab it palm up or palm down? And does that change whether you palm up or palm down if you have a banana, for instance, that you're going to hand to them? This is a I don't think it's like a discourse. It's just one of those things where it's like, I think it's the equivalent of like, do you stand up or sit down when you wipe after the toilet? I think it's one of those things that like people just do differently and no one considered until people started talking about it. Now my palm points in the same orientation as the hand on any clock nearby. There's only one answer. How's this a question? What the? Okay. Banana, right? We're talking about fruit. We're talking about fruit right now. Palm up to hold it. Right? Right? Do you see the vision? Do you see the difference? Thumb here, thumb here. For real, better question, who stands up? Okay. That one I don't understand. I have only ever heard that like stand up, sit down conversation in the context of people who stand up being like, does no one do this? Does like everyone else not do this? And then everyone being like, no. Oh, this is very like you're praying. Wait, is it specifically when handing the banana? No. So not when handing the no. So it's if you, for instance, are holding a banana and you want to hand it to someone, but then you get nervous, so then you hold it back and then you hand it. So for instance, you do kind of like a this motion and then a that motion and then an up motion, then a down motion. And sometimes you're practicing handing banana to someone, so you're like moving your banana around as if you're practicing, but you're nervous and you have anxiety, so you don't actually hand it to them. Katia stands and so do I. Okay. Do I continue this conversation? Oddly enough, I'm more comfortable discussing palm up, palm down than standing sitting. Palm down is crazy. The error rights do get a bit quirky at night. Oh my gosh. Okay. Imagine. I've done this before, actually. Arrow after dark. Where it's not actually sussy. It's just, I kind of take off the filter. So it's still me. It's still me saying, oh my gosh, oh my goodness. And like, still being like, oh gadzooks, in response to someone like saying something suspect. But it's like, I'm talking about palm up, palm down. So I love these streams. You can never predict the nonsense that would be topic. I will say, does anyone have on their bingo palm up, palm down discourse? I don't mean to judge. I aim to learn, but how in the heck are people sitting down? So we have discourse. We have people that are saying who the heck is standing up, and we have people saying who the heck is sitting down. Okay, my understanding. Right? If you are sat down like this, right? If you are stood up like this, the only difference is one is like this, one is like this. Squat on the seat, that's what it's for. Someone said in all caps, you lean. It seems so bad for ergonomics. What? Okay, Yixtras. This is not that bad. Of all of the things I've done on stream, this is not that bad. But Arrow, you always stream after dark in my time zone. I guess that just means I'm always a little bit sussy. Arrow, but slightly more inappropriate. No, so Arrow, except okay. I have thought it would be very funny. It would be very funny to stream over on like Blue Twitch or Orange YouTube. And I just do my normal thing. But I allow like 18 plus stuff. I allow people to bring up 18 plus topics and I react completely normally and I don't exaggerate and I don't like, oh, I'm going to talk about all this sussy stuff. Like I literally do the exact same thing and I react how I would on a YouTube stream. And so like people ask me about like, oh, palm up, palm down. And my response is just like, yeah, well, I mean, that's certainly a conversation to have. Ha ha ha. And then I don't answer. I don't give my thoughts. I don't do anything. I just dodge the question. And the entire stream is seeing how long we can go until you break. What's Blue Twitch? The one where fans are the only ones that are there. My sweet innocent soul knows neither of these. Watch Arrow become the biggest VTuber on Blue. No, because like there are actual VTubers on those platforms that like do sussy stuff. And like, first off, bully for them. Good for them. Second off, if that's what most people are on that platform for, I don't think that as a joke, I would be able to compete with that. And also it feels like it would be a little bit disrespectful to do that. However, what would be very funny is if I got a contact web from that. I set that up and then I just get a bunch of contacts of NSFW 18 plus creators. And then Girl Frame is live. That would be a very funny resolution to that story. Maybe not because as much of these sites are, as these streams are great, I'm not going to those sites. No. And that's why I wouldn't actually do it, right? Because like, I'm not actually going to go to any of those sites anytime soon. If I did, it would be because of like a subscriber goal or something. That would be like a joke stream kind of deal. Which like I could see myself doing in the future. Probably never though. Okay, but consider the Minecraft Let's Plays on Orange YouTube have millions of views. Yes, but I think that's entirely the novelty. And my assumption is that someone is like on that platform and they say, oh my gosh, Minecraft. And then they see it and then they click it. And then they're like, haha, this is so funny. And then 5 seconds later, they click off. You know, who even holds bananas? I just use my mind powers. Okay, here's the real question. Here's the real controversy. Here's the real discourse. How are you peeling this? There. Top, bottom. Are you a top or are you a bottom? Okay, so how do we do this? We need the girl from you. Listen, 100K by the end of the year. We're not getting there. I said it. I said it was a joke. I said it was silliness. I said it was nonsense. And I don't expect to get there. I didn't expect to get 50K by the end of the year. I didn't expect to get... I think my goal for the year was like 30,000. Because I was a little bit less than double where we were at January 1st, because we were at 17,500. So like my goal was like 30K. We are approaching double of our goal. Bottom, from left to right, top, break the back, and then the rest folds. Cut it with a sharp knife. Is it still sus? Are we actually talking about fruit? I'm talking about fruit. I drew the little stem and everything. Real question, Arrow. What's the top and what's the bottom of the banana? That's what I just said. Top is the one that has the little like little stem, and the bottom is the one that doesn't. The one with the larger stem tops. Using the stem to peel the banana unless it breaks. Okay, so I used to do the stem. I used to peel with the stem. And then I heard apparently monkeys peel from the bottom. and it removes the little like stringy bits on the inside. And then I started doing that and it doesn't work. It still gets stringy. And I was lied to. Arrow starts a stream on Blue Twitch to show off, but it's just a cooking stream about them making different cuts of steak. Okay, unironically, like, I kind of want to do a cooking stream now because I've seen people do it, and a friend of the channel has mentioned his interest in doing cooking streams. I just made katsu. It was super easy. So I kind of want to make like a curry katsu on stream. I feel like that would be really easy because I now know how to make katsu. I can make curry fairly easily, both of which are like katsu takes, I don't know, 20 minutes, depending on like what prep goes into it. And then the curry takes like 45. And so it would just be a lot of like prepping vegetables. It'd be chatting. It'd be doing all that stuff. Because that's just easier to do one-handed because monkeys like hanging in trees. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah. Well, no, don't they have like opposable fingers on their feet? Toes? The stem is upside down when it grows? Banana. Tree. No AI images. Oh. Who was gonna tell me they grew upwards? What? What? They grow upwards? Please do it while wearing your bottom sleeves. Okay. Who, sorry, what are Arrow's bottom sleeves? So they're arm warmers, and arm warmers cover like this and go like there, right? So they just cover like forearm, palm. Very comfy. And actually, fun fact, I've gotten one thing from Throne, and that was a surprise gift someone gave, where they actually got me arm warmers. And I have them right over there. And I'm very appreciative of that. As usually the top is actually the bottom. Okay, so I was doing it right growing up, and then I stopped doing that because I thought that I was doing it wrong. Go nuts, wear hazmat suit. That would be very funny. I also think a full suit of Renaissance armor would also go very hard in a cooking stream. Arrow warmers, fingies in disguise. No, it's not fingies in disguise. Fingies are exposed. It's like fingerless gloves. Cane themed cooking stream. What? So what? I'm like in a cane outfit, and I cook you meal plan A. Okay. Idea. Fortitude, cooking, and it's just me, like, beating, like, chicken. It's me slapping a chicken to try and cook it. Plate armor or just chainmail? So that's why it'd be Renaissance, because it would have to be plate armor. Plate armor is so pog. No, cook a lord. Do the cooking while cosplaying as Fortitude. Ryu, you get it. Ryu, we're on the same wavelength. Do not beat your chicken on streak. Oh, yeah, I shouldn't. Title Arrow beats him. Right, yeah. No. Well, it wouldn't be Arrow, it would be Fortitude. Anyone think Fortitude would get a special themed birthday upon celebrating 40? That Varangian drip go hard though. Let me Varangian guard. Okay. I must admit, this is kind of loser behavior, not gonna lie. Anyone who says this goes hard clearly does not understand what going hard looks like. I'm gonna demonstrate. I'm gonna demonstrate. So do you think that they hold it palm up or palm down? That's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm gonna say. But like, come on, come on. Arrow, why? Because Arrow thinks it's funny. Those horned helmets are killing you. Oh, is this AI generated? Oh, this might be AI generated. Oh, boo. Boo. See, this one doesn't look AI generated. However, I also can hardly see it. Please, sir, can I have some more pixels? Any more pixels, please? Hello? Would you like to be palm up or palm down? Actually, wait, who even holds it palm up or down? The correct way is palm facing left. What the frick? You got a buddy who has a Ren Fairs and Cardinals guard drip. He looks dripped the heck out. They're the bad guys in the Three Musketeers story. Well, I was trying to think. I was trying to like be like, what does left mean in this context? So I looked down at my hand. No, he's got a point. Go soft. Oh my god. Okay. Why is this stream so sussy? He looks like he's from Bannerlord. I've never played Bannerlord. Okay, Bannerlord and Mountain Blade are two games that I've like never played, but I've heard really good things about. Right? I've heard very good things about both of them, and I've just never like experienced either of them. I challenge you to a duel. It's because of you, Arrow. You did this totally unprompted. Okay, and wait, so sorry. Is it mounted blade? Is it mount and blade? It's certainly not Mountain Blade, is it? I know nothing about these games. Mount and Blade. Okay. Battle Brothers also has the same armor style for some armors. Rockin' Stone! Dude, I'm so glad that in Garden there was a Deep Rock Galactic reference, because if you don't know this about me, fun fact, my very first long-form video on the channel was a Deep Rock video. And it's still up right now. Like, you can go and watch my first Deep Rock video. I do not recommend it. It was very bad. But my first like long-form video I uploaded on this channel was Deep Rock Galactic. Best thing that happens in a Ren Fair was Cardinal Wolsey, real-life historical figure, turning undead at a night event. They were pyrotechnics. Oh my gosh. Time to be... No, so it wasn't a bunch of videos. It was a singular video. It was a single video. Mao, Tan, Blade. Okay. I think what we do... I think that you have lost MS Paint privileges. I want all of you to say goodbye to MS Paint. MS Paint is crying because MS Paint doesn't want to go. But you have lost your MS Paint privileges. Please say goodbye. Bye, MS Paint. I would say that we love you, but I don't think that we do. I think that we like desire pain upon ye and woe upon your soul. Bye. And now we read. In Kane, the Valentines was the name of the group. Hattie, player character. One-on-one game, Hattie, no longer a feature. Sister was one of the NPCs part of the Valentines, left with a rogue binder named Bridge. Bridge, very minor character. Did not do that much. Showed up near the end and joined the team. Had kind of like an explanation of, hey, here's what Kane is. Here's what Under Heaven is. You've been working with effectively sin supremacists. And then she's like, oh, okay, whoops. Now, I posted a snippet of this. And someone said, oh my gosh, what happens? I'm so concerned. And then my response to that was, did you not read? Oh, right. Because someone, in response to reading the snippet that I gave, which was purposely chosen to not give a resolution, they were asking what happened next. And my first thought was, are you stupid? Did you not read? Do you not understand reading comprehension? And then I realized, no, it was a snippet, not the full story. So here's the full story of Sister. 6 months after the game ended. To be fair, aren't Kane human supremacists? I mean, yes. Yes, that's not wrong. The dead gnashed their teeth, spittle drooling down their chins. Their skin scaled, nails slitted. Their skin scaled, nails clawed, eyes slitted. Forked tongues slathering across the saliva of their split lips and exposed gums. Scraping the concrete of the parking deck Violet and Bridge were stuck in. Violet is Sister. That is her real name. Waiting. Testing the patience of the penumbral circle, keeping them only 2 meters away. Violet could ward off sins. It just required some focus. But while that bought them time, it didn't keep them safe. It didn't get them a way out. It just let more and more of those lizard people crowd around them. The sound echoed through the parking deck, footsteps and scraping stone and grinding teeth boring into her brain. Gurgling groans of expanded throats and the hissing of unset jaws. The infested smelled like cherry medicine. Violet, it's time, Bridge said. She was on the floor, arm across her chest, spare shirt wrapped around it and stained purple. It, too, smelled like cherry medicine. No, we can still find it. Violet held her hammer to her chest, looking out into the crowd. They were so tall, leering down at her, their faces and mouths hidden by the shadows cast by dim ceiling lights, glowing eyes fixated on her. Yeah, didn't realize you found it when I wasn't looking. Bridge sighed, leaning her head back. Her ponytail fell apart, her hair sprawling across the concrete and her shoulders. Her flannel had a tear in the collar. Where's the centipede, then? I don't know. The palace? Violet's hand shook, the hammer brushing against her neck. I don't know. Any info on the host? Can you do that nail thing? No. Her voice was a quiver. She stabilized the hammer with her second hand. But I can figure it out if I have to. I'll do it, I promise. Just wait a little longer. Bridge shook her head, letting out a laugh. Or a grunt with a smile. Or maybe just a little bit of her escaped with a breath. I think it's time for me to hit the hay. No! Violet ran to Bridge's side, kneeling by her head. I can do it, just bedside manner, girl, Bridge said. At least make sure my last moments are nice. No! Violet dropped the hammer, grabbing Bridge's shoulders. It's not time yet. You're not tired. You have to... Her tongue skipped. It just didn't work right. The thoughts snagged on her mouth and piled up and jammed into her skull, so she didn't think right. Violet, I'm serious. I didn't think it would be this pleasant. I was so ready to keep chasing the centipede to the bitter end, but this is kind of nice. Bridge lowered her head, staring into the concrete ceiling. The light above them was going to hurt her eyes if she stared into it too long. I figured it would be like getting sick or something. Like the flu. But no, I'm just tired. Her eyes fluttered. It's like I stayed up too late and my eyes got all heavy. Her eyelids closed. I don't really mind just drifting off. Bridge! Sorry. Bridge! A shake to the shoulders. Her eyes lazed open, pupils drifting through the psychic syrup surrounding them until they met Violet's. We're not done yet. We have to keep going. We can execute the centipede and you'll be fine. Right. Bridge nodded. Her eyes closed once more. Maybe the host had insomnia or something. Got all bitter from that. Better lead than they think the government is reptiles. Yes, so I need you. Violet's fingers gripped into Bridge's shoulders. The pain would keep her awake, so she dug her nails into the flannel. Bridge felt so bony. You don't need me no more. You've had 6 months. Consider yourself graduated from Bridge boot camp. But you look after me, and I don't know what to do, and I know I can rely on you, and I'm the one that said we could take this detour, and... She choked on excuses tangled with justifications. Her throat seized. Her tongue contracted. Her brain wasn't working. Hey, Violet. Bridge swung an arm absently, It caught Violet's shoulder, smacking her right above the collarbone. Bridget's fingers reflexively caught the collar of Violet's shirt. You remember what I told you? Never trust a man, a cop, or a politician? A smile with closed eyes. What I said was to never be alone with one, but yeah, that works too. But I meant the other thing. The big one. Never get a sin mark, and never work with Underheaven, or any other binders, even if they tell me how special I am, or how much easy script I'd make, even if I'm desperate, find another way. Why? Because Violet took a sharp breath. It smelled like cherry medicine coating her tongue. She tasted plastic cherry, choked on the syrup, the scraping of nails around her dug into her ears. Bridge cut through it with the same question. Why? Because I'm human? Bridge nodded, her eyes shuddering as they tried to open. Then she gave up, and a tension left her shoulders. Her voice was without burden. The most human inhuman I've ever met. And I don't want you forgetting that. Not now, not tomorrow, not a million years from now. But I'm not. I'm scared and I'm weak and I'm messy. I'm small and I can't take care of myself. I have to rely on everyone else for everything. I'm not worth anything. Girl. Bridget's smile returned. Her head turned towards Violet, eyes still closed. Her lips were chapped and bleeding. You're barely a teenager. It's okay to be scared and weak and messy. Even if you were a normal kid, you'd be all that and more. You're not big enough to be reckless yet. But you're old enough to make some mistakes. That's okay. A low, rumbling exhale, the slightest bit of a gurgle. You're okay. But you... But me? What about you? You're not okay. Bridget's chest shuddered, but she didn't laugh. Not even an exhale. A single word escaped from her cracked lips. Violet. Her voice whined out an octave higher. Yeah? A purple-tinged tear dripped down from Bridget's closed eye. I was really hoping we'd find that centipede. Violet wrapped her arms around Bridge, her knuckles scraping against the concrete as she squeezed the one person she had left. Bridge's bandaged, wounded arm was right by Violet's face. She hated the taste of cherry medicine, and now she'd hate the smell, forever and ever. A limp arm smacked her before running up and down her back. Have I ever said how you remind me of my cousin? Violet picked up her head, shaking it violently since the words wouldn't come out. Bridget's eyes were closed, but she seemed to get it. Not my blood, but you know how it goes. A couple years older than you. Real quiet type. Glasses ate up her face. Loved reading, though none of that classic stuff you like. It was fantasy stuff. The young adult ones movies get made of. Violet said nothing. She wasn't sure if she could, but every sense was absorbing what Bridge was saying. She heard her words, felt the vibrations of her chest, saw the image of Bridge's cousin in her mind, held her books, smelled the page, and felt the roughness of some antique tome of dragons and dungeons like all fantasy books had. Violet knew this girl. She was nice, shy and unsure of herself, but curious and eager to prove herself. The sort of person Bridge would never admit to caring for, but lay her life down for. And exactly the sort of girl who would never put Bridge in that position to begin with. I don't have a point, if that's what you're waiting on, Bridge said. Her lips pursed, then relaxed. Then he pulled back to bare her teeth, then pursed once more. The split was getting worse. First thought about it back when you said your favorite ice cream was French vanilla. She used to tell me all the time it was different than normal vanilla, like she had some sort of chip on her shoulder. And for whatever reason, neither of you could stand mint. A hissing, whistling noise from behind her teeth. You've never had a good mint chip on a summer day with friends in a sit-down parlor. You should make plans for that next year. Treat yourself on your birthday, like how we did this year. Violet's voice was quiet. You never told me what your plan was. Every time I asked you, you said you would only tell me once you were dead. You cheeky loser. Bridge let out a shuddering exhale with a wry grin. Her teeth had a purple tinge to them. Don't tell your siblings you learned that from me, you hear? What was your plan? A phlegmy scoff. I didn't have one. I was trying to survive is all. The hand on Violet's back slowed as she spit something purple off to the side. Her voice had this wet texture to it, like she was speaking too much spit. But if I had to guess, I'd want to have a meet cute with some young, attractive billionaire. Young adult romance stuff. Being a trophy wife doesn't sound that bad. The hand slid off Violet's back and hit the concrete floor wrist first. They just have to have some sort of spark to them. I don't care if we argue. I can flex out at anything major. They just need to have some sort of spark. Like Lord Darcy. Violet straddled the need to explain the connection. You're so judgy you could be Elizabeth Bennet. Who? Bridge raised her head before dropping it back against the floor. Her hair did little to cushion the impact. Oh, that story you love. Sure, I'd take a Lord Darcy. The way you described him, he didn't sound half bad. Violet tried to say anything. Half-hearted reassurances that Bridge would be okay. Apologies for everything she did wrong. Last-minute advice on where to go or what to do. But her mouth just opened and closed like the gnashing dead around her. Like she was too stupid to speak and too dumb to know when to try stopping. Up, girl. I think this isn't safe no more. Bridge pushed against Violet's chest with her injured arm. It didn't even shift her. You know how these things go. I don't wanna. Violet tightened her grip around Bridge. She could just stay like this, get infested, and just drift off to sleep like Bridge. She said it was nice. Maybe this could be nice. You gotta find your siblings. Your family misses you. Canine and Clapback were out there, waiting for her. Bond and Raphael were out there, too. Violet had to find the Valentines, to bring them together, to show them all that they could stay together, even without the confines of Kane. She had a mission that Bridge was helping her to accomplish, but it was hers alone. And yet, I can't, Violet said. Her voice was weighed down by shame. I'm not brave enough, I'm not tough enough, I'm not good enough, and even if that's okay, it still means I'm not enough. Bridge wrapped her uninjured arm around Violet, sitting up. Her eyes swayed open, revealing thin, tall pupils. She gripped the back of Violet's head so she could keep herself upright. Who was that one with the eyes you were always telling me about? The one who would read with you back at the Valentines? Gage? Yeah, be like that. Be like Gage. Violet didn't have an answer. She could speak if she wanted to. The words would flow fine. She just didn't know what to say. So she shuddered in Bridge's arm. Who was that one on the mission who was really nice to you? You were so happy she came back. Mix? Yeah. Be like Mix. Violet was shaking. She couldn't see Bridge's face through bleary eyes, but could smell cherry medicine from her mouth. But it was so nice to be held. She knew it wasn't going to last, which just made it that much harder to let go. Who was the one you're still looking for? Your oldest sister. She ran off with her boyfriend. Clapback? Her name is Amber, and her boyfriend is Canine. Jason? Bridge swayed to the side, so Violet caught her. Her eyes were closed again. Be like Clapback. Be like Canine. Violet couldn't stop the tears or the shaking or the hyperventilating, as if she just rattled in Bridge's arms as she tried to pull herself together. It didn't work. Bridge leaned forward and gave Violet a small kiss at the top of the head, like she was going off to work and wouldn't be home until late. And most importantly, be like Bridge. Tell him about me. Right, sorry. This screws me up, because intentionally so. And most importantly, be like Bridge. Tell him like me about how you did them. Never. Violet shook her head. She was a little confused, but she thought she understood what Bridge meant. I'll never forget you or the Valentines or anyone. Good. Now, 5 minutes, so you go bag my grab my head. What? Bridge went limp, leaning against Violet. The weight was too much, so she shifted back only for Bridge to collapse onto the ground. Her head smacked into the concrete, lolling to the side. Patches of her throat had scales ripping through skin. A purple spittle dribbled from her mouth down her chin. Bridge wasn't breathing. Violet's breath caught as she stared down at the corpse before her. Or the smeared blur of it, the tears obstructed. She clung to her hammer, her life raft in the psychic sea. A tool innocuous enough a teenage girl could hold, but a weapon that could crush skulls. She raised it up, looking down at the thing that used to be Bridge. Her mentor over the past 6 months, the one that taught her how to survive outside of Kane. She had Bridge's ID, since anytime she was questioned, she always said, "Oh, I'm looking for my sister, who went out with her boyfriend and didn't come back." Violet was so scared, since her sister wasn't answering her phone and even left behind her wallet. This was her ID. Had they seen her? Anyone with a heart melted instantly. Violet stole a lot of stuff that way. It was Bridge's idea, obviously. All the good ideas were hers. The dead clawed at the concrete floor, their groans amplified by their numbers. Before, there were a dozen. Now there were more than a dozen. A lot more. Writhing shapes in the dim light. Reptilian corpses stumbling in a sleep-deprived trance. With a sigh, Violet stood up, grabbed her pack and slung it over one shoulder, picked up Bridge's and put it on the other. Even remembered to take the side pouch Bridge wore around her thigh. Picked her clean like a vulture. Violet didn't have an offering, so she left her doubts to accompany Bridge to the other side. Violet didn't use her hammer. It was a last resort, and if you're honest, she didn't know if she could do it. She wasn't Gage. She wasn't Mix or Clapback or Canine or Bridge. She wasn't strong or capable like every other exorcist she met. But she was a binder. Not just a rogue exorcist, but a binder. She was many things, but at this point, she was far from afraid. Sad, of course, frustrated, certainly, angry, vengeful, freaking pissed, to use a phrase she picked up from Bridge. A single strand of silver ran from her hand to the ceiling above her, to the shadowed mass that emanated the penumbral circle surrounding her. Violet let go of the leash. Bridge's skull was crushed by an arachnid leg that split at the tip into 3 triangular digits. Barbed hairs, thick as Violet's pinky, ran up its length, a rough and jagged carapace that grated anything organic. The torso it connected to was opalescent, fish-scaled and distended. It flattened against the ceiling, but now blossomed out as its restraints were released. On each scale, a separate insult inflicted on Violet was engraved. Spikes ran its dorsal side, a central line of them running down its spine as bony protrusions of vertebrae. 2 more rows of smaller, hooked spines flanked them. The thing had 3 tails, each as long as Violet was tall, and crooked in different ways, ending in flippers thin as razors and taut as stretched skin. They pointed in odd, seemingly random directions. No one knew to what, not even Bridge. And Violet ignored them, for the most part. But right now, one of them was pointing towards the centipede. Probably the one pointing directly down, below the parking lot. They pointed towards the 3 people Violet wanted to kill the most. Her grudges. Rancor? Violet addressed the beast above her. Rancor's head was wrapped in a nest of tentacles, 2 layers of a writhing wreath, spurs on the end circling chomping mouths, an anemone of teeth and hunger that could lash out 2 meters away. Hiding a crocodile skull, 3 sets of jaws held in place only by the tendrils surrounding them. They spun around the skull, teeth protruding and retracting from it to form a makeshift maw wherever they might connect to. The jaw swam within the cloud of tentacles, snapping intermittently. A magenta liquid seeped from the skull, burning into the concrete and sizzling for a minute at a time. Scorch marks became potholes, even across concrete. Violet grew, so Rancor grew. And he was hungry. He only snapped like this when one of her grudge targets were close. When he could feast on fear and taste agony. Could a centipede feel fear? Its host could. And that is Sister and Bridge's little vignette. Rancor got bigger. It's been 6 months, and Sister is now alone because she is protagonist Chan. Large Rancor, yeah. She is now Cat 4. And every time she has advanced in Cat, Rancor has gotten larger and harder to contain and more violent. Oh my gosh, Rancor is so cool. So the really cool thing about Rancor that I've gotten to do is that Rancor started much smaller. Rancor started like the size of a large dog and then kind of like got to be like direwolf sized and then now is like physically larger than she is kind of deal. Why must you break our heart into a million pieces? Dang, Rancor is scary sounding. Like Rancor is a hound. Rancor is not like, oh, it's a little tiny little drifter. Like Rancor is like a hound at this point. Sister, like I think at this point, Rancor is a type 3 sin. I don't even think it's like a little bound sin, baby sin, like a drifter. I think at this point, like Sister's kind of coming up on absolution there. Puppy, no. Hound, yes, exactly. Dinos are super sick, not gonna lie. Bridge stroking out, Yamada. Yeah, so over here, this was intentional, obviously. Is like the tell them like me about how you did them. Like that, it's a little Mandor hook car hand. Rancor got that dog in him. Rancor is the dog that is inside of Violet. Violet got that dog in her. Can't believe you're hounding after them. Yeah, I saw Rory you threw me off initially. Using all the airport bandwidth to watch Arrow streams. Aww. Girl, why did you take so much melatonin before you started this mission? So, I guess if this is your first exposure to Cain and the Valentine's game, You let me know how well this came across, how this made sense, how this felt as someone that has no context. And then separately, if you are someone that's been keeping up with it, let me know how it was as a resolution. How did I throw you off? Because I saw you in chat. I'm like, aren't you like at the airport right now? Yeah, honestly, Arrow, that's a great setup for Sister's story. Thank you. Also, she would now had the cherry cough syrup smell. What? She hated the taste of cherry, and now she hates the smell. Thank you. Arrow, you're killing me. Yeah, that's what I do. So Rancor has 3 grudge targets at the moment. It's presumably the Centipede and its host are 2 of them, but who would be the third? With all their self-loathing, it's the third target herself, Kane. So only one of them is the Centipede. 2 of them are from before. Because if you remember, over time, as Rancor grew, Rancor got more tails. Rancor started with 1 tail, and then got 2 tails, and then got 3 tails. As Sister herself evolved and was traumatized and grew, the third one is Arrow rates. Oh no, I'm in danger. As someone without context, it felt a little drawn out. That's fair. Like, this is something where I didn't want this to be like melodrama, but also like when it's infested, when it's like succumbing to an illness, you have more levity or longevity than if you're like shot, for instance. Like my first thought process was like, oh, what if I have it be like, basically when I thought of like, okay, I want to write a scene about Sister, I wanted it to be like the last scene that she has with Bridge as Bridge is dying. I want Bridge to die in front of her because I want to traumatize Sister more. That's just my enrichment. And at first I thought, I was like, what if she got like shot or something? And then I'm like, well, no, because unlike movies where you can get shot and like walk it off with like gritted teeth, if you get shot in real life, you're going to be screaming in pain and taken out of commission. Even if it's like an arm shot kind of deal, like getting shot is not a pleasant experience. Yeah, so a lot of people are guessing Handler Alpha. Yeah, like who knows? That's my enrichment is wild. I like horror, like I like horrifying my creations. The more than 12 is the only line that felt a bit dubious. More than 12? Oh, right. Now there were more than a dozen. Right. Getting shot is mid. Too many folks complain about it. Listen, that's what I'm saying. Why do you think I'm trying to build up your resistance by hitting with small caliber bullets and then working up to larger caliber? I literally don't understand anything, but someone dying for 4 pages is too much for me, but it's like reading the last chapter before the first. Having English as third language is not helping me. Yeah, someone dying for 4 pages, this was because this is a mentor to a character that has been around for like a 10-hour property. Traumatize your darlings, it's for character development. Like Perfect Sin Snake would be a grudge target for effectively ending the Valentine's. Maybe. Yeah, I mean, this is something where it's like, I could remove some of this, and maybe if I like add this to the supplement, I will like pare it down a bit. I have considered, and y'all know how I'm working on a sad. This is Sister. This is Sister, in case you didn't know. You know how I'm working on a supplement for Kane that I haven't touched in like a month right now because I've been busy? What I might do is I might steal the idea that like Games for Freaks has, or I might just make it a zine. Because imagine this. I do a zine, and instead of dropping one giant like drop of my setting and my lore or whatever, I drop like intermittently every single volume, which I do like once every couple months, has a short story that's like 4 pages, 5 pages, 6 pages, has a couple of the sites of my world, and also has some mechanics. For instance, how I run Untouchables, how Metamorphosis works, how all this stuff works. I think that might be fun. The issue is that would be a lot, like I would have to like take a mechanic, polish it up, and then release it. And I don't know what the timeline for that would be. And I don't like paywalls, but I might do like a Games for Freak style thing where I make it paid and then I make it free like 3 months later. Yeah, why not? Tom did. I mean, yeah, obviously Tom didn't invent zines, and like other Kane content creators have made zines, right? Like staggering out release over time that's in a smaller, easier to maintain format is super easy. And then what'll be really cool is that I can then also add into that a spotlight. So if what I do for every single one is I do a short story, some sites from my setting, like 2 or 3, and a mechanic, then I can also spotlight like, hey, here's this like homebrew that I'm really excited for. Here's this thing that I'm really excited for. Here's this community member that made this thing that like I could add in, and then it could be incorporated into the zine. I don't know how I would feel about like just wholesale taking their stuff and putting it in and then monetizing it. That seems like it'd be scummy. So what I'd probably do is I'd probably have it be like a shout out. It'd be like a reference. It'd be like, hey, go check them out here. Paid for freaks, exactly. What are zines? Okay, so zines are little magazines. Wow. They're usually independently published and can be about anything. And basically it is, I, as a content creator, make a little pamphlet that is like 10 pages long, 20 pages long, and I release it. And it has formatting, and it has like accreditation, and it's like published or whatever. And I just self-publish my own little thing. And usually, like old school style, zines would be, I would like go to a print shop, and I would print this out, and I would print out like 50 copies, and I would by hand like staple them together, and like I would fold them and whatever. But in the modern day, zines can just be online. Zines, non-commercial, often homemade or online publications, usually devoted to a specialized and often unconventional subject matter. Non-commercial. Interesting. But yeah, so like I feel like it would be very in line with the Kane community to have a zine. So I've put some thought to that. That would be something where I would also love to incorporate if there's any Kane art you have, whether or not that is related to my setting. But I have thought, and I didn't know what I could do with this, but like, you let me know your thoughts. I considered starting, because the artists demand enrichment, a monthly art contest. And my issue is I don't know what I would do with this. I don't know who would like what the winner would get. I don't know what would be special about it. So I'd love to like on the Discord and like probably on YouTube, I would make a post that would be like, hey, here's the art contest. The way to submit is submit it via Discord or at me on Twitter Blue Sky, and like use this hashtag kind of deal. And then the winner, I don't know what they would get. But what I would love to do, and what I think would be really cool, particularly if I do one for that's like Kane themed or Lancer themed, to reach out to other content creators and be like, hey, do you want to be involved in this? And then we kind of have a joint thing where like I reach out to like a Love Dragon Kid, and then they say they're down, and then Zach Tack's down, and then I say like, hey, out of the 3 of us, all 3 of our communities, if you have Lancer art, reach out to me via Twitter Blue Sky or on my Discord. And then you can be entered into this, and then you get some benefit. However, I would need that to be something accessible to any community if I did that. Having a joint art contest sounds so much more fun. Okay. I have an idea. I had a brain blast. I reach out to content creators, see who's interested. We each choose a Bloomverse property. we task our community. We get 1 month, draw art of this thing. So like I might get like Kane art. Y'all draw a bunch of Kane fan art. Y'all draw a bunch of Kane stuff. Then they have Lancer. And so I compare and contrast. We get Kane art, they get Lancer art, and we have to like go head to head. And we have to collectively decide like who got the best Kane art, who got the best Lancer art. And you have to like support which content creator you want. That could be fun. I don't draw much anymore, but my freight is full of bees and that I throw out randomly. Listen, short story ideas, I love those. As you saw, I have now made from my Kane TTRPG game 3 of them. I have no idea what Kane is. Someone else said Legacy of Kane. I'm unfamiliar. Every time Kane is pronounced, I imagine Kane from Command and Conquer. Yeah, so the game we're talking about is Kane, as named after like the biblical figure, because it's very Catholic inspired, like witch hunting. Kane from Command and Conquer is unrelated. Kane lives! No. Neither does Khan. Khan does not live neither. We have time but vampires to grossly summarize. Sure. Kane lives in death! Oh my gosh. This is my issue with streaming. It's been 2 hours. I don't have a plan. I have Q&A questions, but so, okay. If we were to do like an art contest and I was to involve other creators, would we want it to be cooperative? Oh, I reach out to other King content creators. I reach out to other Lancer content creators. I reach out to them and I say, hey, we each get a champion. We each run an art contest that our communities vote on, and our communities select 1 art piece each from our community in-house. And then we have them battle royale. And then we have all 3 communities collectively vote on them. And so we have the final 3, 1 of each community. Then we also have the 1 ultimate winner. And then we'd have to come up with some benefit for them. But I think that'd be really fun to have a just like, I get various content creators of whatever it might be. Maybe I reach out to someone completely new and like do it like World of Darkness themed, like whatever it might be. But like have an art contest that is with other communities. And just, I basically, I really would love to have something that's cross community. And like, obviously, yeah, I do that with like Rory, right? Rory and I have like Stellaris collabs, and then we get art that's like between the 2 of us, but we haven't done anything that's like community v community. Khan, don't you mean Benedict Cumberbatch? No, I mean Khan. Wrath of Khan. I mean old school. This dude. This Khan. I mean the Khan with like this Kirk and this Spock. I mean this Khan. We don't have to participate. I don't really care about prizes though. It just sounds like fun. I mean, that's the thing. Like, I don't want... I've seen this happen before. I've seen contests devolve as a result of prizes. To use a Marvel Rivals example, swap off Black Widow. Nah, dude, we're just playing for the vibes. That was an example of a tournament in which case one person was kind of like not doing well on a particular character. And so someone told them to like swap their character. And then their response was, oh no, I'm just playing for the vibes. And then like their friend was backing them up, even though it was a tournament for like tens of thousands of dollars. So it was a situation where like one person was justifying not being good at their character by saying, oh, it's not about the prize, even though like it's totally about the prize. My community no diffs, I'm sorry. Well, yeah, because y'all are busy like eating rocks. How can we compete with that? You got that mineral gain. I can't stop that. If it's with another community, collaborative. If it's with Rory's community, competitive. Oh my gosh. Khan engineered evil. Don't you mean Sheoldred the Apocalypse? We are not talking... Okay. This is entirely based off of my own experience playing Magic. I genuinely despise Shieldred the Apocalypse. Because even if I have removal, what can I do against her? Because if you're running Shieldred the Apocalypse, you have at least 4 different ways to get more Shieldreds. I can't respond to that. And Shieldred is not good enough to be a game changer, right? I'm not going to argue with the fact that Shieldred is not a game changer. However, I don't like Shieldred more than I don't like some game changers. Listen. Call me crazy. I'll take Heuristic Studies. I said it. I'd take you playing Heuristic Studies over you playing Shieldred. Because at least with Heuristic Studies, you're not screwing with me. You're just setting yourself up more. With Shieldred, you are setting yourself up and you're screwing with me. And also it's like a 4 or 5 with Death Touch or something. I know it's a hot take. Like, I don't like if you are playing cards that make it so that I can't play the game, or that punish me for playing the game, I'm gonna get frustrated with you. If you are playing cards that benefit from me playing the game, I'm gonna be like, darn, dang. Like Smothering Tithe, I don't think I would take over Shieldred. Right, because there's a lot of cards where it's like you have to pay mana, or you have to discard a card, or you have to like tap a creature, or like there's stuff that taxes me for trying to do basic game actions. That is unfun. That is what Shieldred is. But Heuristic Studies is just saying, no, I get to draw cards. Talk about your second secret project. I'm pregnant. I don't know Magic the Gathering. I'm gonna have to pester my one card nerd friend about what this is. Do you pay the 2? Oh my gosh. So we shouldn't expect you to make a Benedict Cumberbatch deck with Shieldred, the 3 versions of Doctor Strange, and the 2 versions of Smog. No. Yeah, I don't play modern Yu-Gi-Oh! It's all about preventing your opponent from playing the game. Listen, I don't care that old school Yu-Gi-Oh! Sucks. I grew up with it. I participated in at least one tournament when I was very young, and like it was like a baby tournament. It was like very much a not serious tournament, at least from what I remember. It was like an event that had a tournament at it kind of deal. I loved Yu-Gi-Oh! I chose cards that I thought were cool, and I had a Timmy deck. I think old school Yu-Gi-Oh! Sucked from a mechanical perspective. That said, it was a heck of a lot more fun than whatever's going on now. For me, Yu-Gi-Oh! I don't go past the 5D era. Anything else just feels convoluted. Arrow believed in the heart of the cards. I did, and it didn't work for me because I was like way too young to actually have a heart. I mean, I feel like with Yu-Gi-Oh! The cutoff point is post-Duel Monsters, if all you care about is nostalgia. I don't know of any other cutoff point. I'm gonna be so real with you. I know you said 5Ds. I feel like we talked about this before, like Pendulum, Synchro, XYZ, Fusion, like all of this like coming together to just make the most nonsensical game. Like for all of its power creep, Magic has been pretty good that like 60 to 70% of mechanics that were introduced 30 years ago are still relevant. Vigilance is a regular keyword that shows up today as it showed up, I want to say probably 20 years ago. Vigilance as a keyword as opposed to vigilance as like an effect. But like haste has been around since alpha. Not as a keyword, but like the effect of haste has been around since keyword. I'm sure lifelink, flying, may have been a keyword. I don't know if flying was keyword. But like Magic, despite being stupid, there are cards that were printed like 40 years ago that had similar mechanics to what was printed, or 20 years ago, that was similar to what was printed today. Gotta go board the plane? Well, fly safe. MTG would be cooler if you played it on a motorcycle. Listen, they did that. They did that, and people hated it. In Magic the Gathering, they added not Thunder Junction, the racing one. They added a whole racing thing where like there's this big giant tournament where you had to like have pod racers and motorcycles and like spaceships all driving together. Aether Drift, thank you. People hated it. People are like, this isn't Magic. This is like sci-fi being shoehorned in, which is why it was so surprising that the spacefaring one that I can't remember the name of, that one was so well received because the mechanics were usually pretty good. They need to do it again. They did it like 2 years ago. They did it like a year and a half ago. And they don't have time to add in more Aether Drift because they need to shove in more universes beyond. They need another Spider-Man set. They need more Hobbit, Lord of the Rings. Which... okay. I had a different thought about this until I saw the Bob the World Builder video. Universes beyond in D&D. Can we talk about that for a second? Universes beyond in D&D. Adding Star Wars to Dungeons and Dragons via official rules is something that at first blush I went, okay, buy D&D. Like I already don't really play D&D that much anymore, so I don't have a horse in this race. But in the same way that Magic pretty definitively had a huge slippery slope that started with like, oh, we're going to start with like fantasy adjacent universes beyond, and then it just immediately went crazy, right? Magic as it exists now cannot be played in a non-universes beyond system. TTRPGs you can. But also, I fear what the actual design ethos is going to turn into. Oh no, don't make this really cool paladin subclass. Save it for the Star Wars expansion. And we can make this like a gray Jedi. So like, don't actually add this in canon. Don't actually add this in universes within. Make it a universes beyond version. And for as long as there have been TTRPGs, there's been homebrew. As long as there has been Star Wars, there has been Star Wars in D&D. As homebrew. And I, as someone that doesn't really play with homebrew that much outside of my own, doesn't really bother me. Don't really care. Not my business, not my table, not my homebrew. If it's canon, if it's core, not core, but like official. Bob the World Builder, his video, he basically said, I don't care. And he brought up a point that was kind of like reinforced in the comments, that in Magic the Gathering, you can't really say, hey, I don't want you to play your Spider-Man deck because it ruins my immersion. Whereas in a TTRPG, you can say pretty reasonably and say like, hey, we're not using the Spider-Man supplement for the sake of immersion. And if you want to use the Lord of the Rings supplement, you have to run it by me first. That's like way more acceptable. That's way more of like a conversation that's like reasonable to have, because we've been having that conversation for 30 years, 40 years in the TTRPG space. Personally, I'm concerned about the dev side. I want to make a really Spider-Man and Rart What? Star Wars and D&D? What? So yeah. I feel like Star Wars needs a specific system than D&D and get the force feel, and Star Wars isn't really a class-based setting. Well, so Star Wars is, and Star Wars has a system by Fantasy Flight, and they have a mechanic that I actually really, really like called the Force Die. And the Force Die is, I think, like 12-sided, and what it is that it has on the 12 faces, it's a D12. You roll it, and it has light side and it has dark side pips. It has 5 light side pips and 7 dark side pips, which means if you want to access the force, it is easier, just by math, statistically, to access the dark side than the light side. However, the light side has 2 pips that are at 2. So 2 by 2 and then 3 by 1. And this one has 1 that has 2 and 6 that have 1. So mathematically, this adds together to be, unless I did my math wrong. Maybe it's 3? No. I think I did my math wrong. Anyway, the way it goes out is that stronger, no, but quicker, exactly. So the dark side, maybe what it is that this one has like no double pips. Maybe it's literally just like 7 times 1. Maybe, I don't know. Point is that the amount of pips across the die is equal because the force is ultimately balanced. This is 7, this is 7. However, statistically, you are more likely to roll the dark side. It is easier to get a lower quality result on the dark side. Whereas the light side it is harder to get a light side result, but if you get a light side result, you are much more likely to get even more power from it. Right? So they are, strictly speaking, the number of pips is equal across the D12. However, it is easier to get the dark side. And I think that's a fantastic representation of what the force is. If you go for the dark side, it is easier, it is faster, you will fall into the seduction and temptation of the dark side quite easily. However, the light side, if you hold out for it, if you wait and exercise restraint and patience and control and allow the force to flow through you, you will gain even more power. You will gain more benefit, but ultimately, they are balanced. They are ultimately equivalent. And I think that's a fantastic representation of what the force is. And that's why, like, yeah, the force has systems. Like they decided to make a Traveler D&D setting. Traveler being a very prominent sci-fi system that has had hacks to tie into D&D before. But there's now an officially licensed Traveler RPG setting for D&D. Or like conversion for D&D. Not every system needs to be D&D. I'm a big fan of variety TTRPGs, and I am one of the first person to say, stop saying play a different system. Stop telling people that are playing D&D to play a different system. They don't want to hear that. You're not in charge of their fun. If they want to play D&D, let them have D&D. That being said, on the design development team, I'm much more critical. Because you're going to make a half-baked system that doesn't accomplish D&D's mechanics very well, and also doesn't accomplish the source material very well. Just let them have their own system. Well, not every system needs to be D&D is not something Hasbro wants to hear. That's the thing, is that, like, yes, I understand Hasbro doesn't want to hear that. And we're not going to get into the politics of TTRPGs. However, in terms of like the finances, management, all that stuff. But what I will say is that there's a golden opportunity here to release non-D&D systems with these tie-in franchises. Which, like, yes, obviously would take significantly more time and effort. But would one be a better product? 2 would allow them to explore other avenues of the TTRPG market. 3 would allow them the PR of saying, oh, we're more than just D&D. Look, we also have the Star Wars system we make. Even if the Star Wars system sucks, let's say it is a fairly combat light narrative game that's really focused and has like a super big orientation around playing a Skywalker. Because as all Star Wars media is, you can never escape the Skywalkers. Even if this sucks, I think a lot of people would appreciate that they're trying. I think a lot of people would try it. I think a lot of people that want to play a TTRPG that don't know about TTRPGs, but like, oh, they're a fan of Star Wars, and hey, the guys that made D&D made this Star Wars system that's way easier and smaller to learn. I feel like that would be a great gateway drug to get people to then come to D&D. That's the thing. I don't think it would make investors sad, because think about it like this. Universes Beyond, the reason they do Universes Beyond is to get new players. The main thing about new players is that if I play Magic the Gathering and I want to get my friend to play Magic, and they're like, no, I don't really care, but they love The Hobbit, and a Hobbit set is just now releasing, I can say, hey, do you want me to pick up the Hobbit starter set? And you can like get a starter deck that has Hobbit stuff, and they're like, yeah, sure. And then I teach them how to play, and they're like, wow, this is actually really fun. And then they start playing non-Hobbit stuff. And then they just converted, via licensing The Hobbit, a non-player into a player. And usually with Magic, that Hobbit fan will stick around, buy other Magic sets, and then start getting really frustrated at all of these Marvel sets, and all of these DC sets, and all of these superheroes, and these sci-fi sets. I want fantasy. And then they start complaining about Universes Beyond, despite having been brought in via Universes Beyond, because they wanted Hobbit, and then they grew to really enjoy Magic. And they see Hobbit as part of Magic. And like Spider-Man people that came in see Spider-Man and superheroes as part of Magic. And then they get really frustrated when there's a Walking Dead tie-in. Like they get really frustrated when there's like Hatsune Miku or there's Sonic cards. Like that feels like it's not Magic to them. But the goal of Universes Beyond is ultimately to get new players. Same thing, I imagine, with D&D. Hey, do you want to play in D&D? Nah, like I don't really care about that kind of stuff. Well, you like Star Wars? Do you want to play Star Wars D&D? I can play a Jedi? Yeah. They play D&D. They're like, oh, wow, I really enjoy this. Let me play more D&D. And then they start playing D&D. However, the thing about D&D... Okay, and I said I wasn't going to talk about the politics of this, but I'm going to kind of talk about the politics briefly. 2 minutes tops. 2 minutes tops. I'm starting a timer. I'm not going to let this go on too long. So with D&D, it is unprofitable. Always has been. The thing about D&D is that if I want to play the game, I can, even if I do it completely legally, I can buy the core rules. I probably already have pencils. I probably already have paper. I probably have some means of doing minis, whether it's theater of the mind or it's like a whiteboard or something. And the big thing is I need the rules and I need the dice. So maybe what I do is I get the rules from someone. I buy it half off. I buy a single set of dice, and all of my friends and I, all of my play group, we all play with one core rule and one group of dice. That is why TTRPGs are generally considered very low income friendly. Because that's not even to mention, hey, I want to get into D&D. My older brother or cousin or sibling or parent or like friend, like the upper classmate, gives me their old stuff. And I don't even need to do anything because I have the core rules and I also have the monster manual and I also have like a set of dice. I can run this game. What they're trying to do is they're trying to make more money off of it. That's why they did the whole like open games license, like the whole licensing issue from like 3 years ago. And now why they're trying to move on to games as a service. They're trying to move on to like particularly D&D Beyond, we want everyone to move on to D&D Beyond. You buy a subscription to the rules. Physical books are seen as secondary to the actual ecosystem of the game. We want it to be, you pay us a monthly fee to access the rules. Everyone has to pay individually, and also we'll have like looking for game and like VTT built into it. They're trying to shift to that schema instead of what we had previously, which I don't like. I think is like poisonous to the community and will also hurt a lot of people. Time. That's my thoughts on like the politics and the pricing of D&D right now. That said, D&D has never been profitable. That's why they're doing all of this. If they sell the Star Wars supplement, particularly if they sell one that's light side where you play as Jedi, one that's dark side where you play as Sith, one that is scum and villainy where you play as like a bounty hunter, that's 3 sets right there. If I'm a Star Wars fan and I'm also want to get into D&D, I want to pick up, I really want to play a Sith. Let me pick up the core rules and also the dark side. Or maybe my friend says, don't even bother picking up the core rules, just pick up the dark side. I can lend you my core rules. Okay, they still got money from the dark side supplement. Maybe I'm a Star Wars super fan and I also love D&D, so I want all 3 of these. I just bought 3 books that I otherwise would not have bought. That's the thing. From an investor's money, like get us cash money perspective, they're selling more product. And in TTRPGs, books are the main thing. Like the issue with books is that they are basically a one-time purchase. I have the core rules for a good few systems. I'm not going to buy the new core rules 3 years later. Even something like D&D 5e versus 5.5, I'm not going to buy 5.5. Kind of real close there, yeah. That was scarily accurate. They get money from the dark side as expected. Yeah. So the thing with this is that they're trying to get more money, right? They need money. D&D, not profitable. Even though it is the industry leader, most TTRPGs are heartbreakers. That's like a term that a lot of people throw around. A heartbreaker being a product that someone pours their entire heart into and then no one cares about and it breaks. Because, for instance, I put a lot of time and effort into Synthop and then Xeneolithic after that. Didn't really get a lot of attention. I didn't really care because I didn't like put my heart and soul into it. I just love creating. But if someone had put like months of their time like I did, and they were like, oh, this is like sweat of my brow, this is my main creative outlet, people are going to love this, and then it doesn't get attention, it's going to break their heart. That's what most TTRPGs are, unfortunately, purely by volume of release. But also, prior to like the internet boom, there was a huge amount of that because the only way to sell it would be at local cons and by word of mouth. And also a little bit of like internet forums, right? But now, anyone can try to crowdfund something and they can like crowd raise money. Maybe they get a couple like $1,000 and they set a goal for like 1,000. Fool of a took. Break the system. Write your own rules. I've heard that in business, selling more of the thing is good. Yeah, generally. The thing with that I'm suggesting is that they want more money. They want to sell more books. If you release shorter, simpler universes beyond systems featuring Star Wars or The Hobbit or Spider-Man or whatever it might be, you would sell more books. Particularly for all of the people who look at D&D and go, oh, that's new. And you want to know what? I think that with a couple months of development and testing in-house, they could make a generic system that they could just graft on rules onto. Okay, we have 60% of the system done. Now we'll take this supplement, make 40% of the rules for Star Wars. We'll take that same 60%, we'll put 40% of the rules on for superheroes. We'll take that same 60%, we'll put 40% of the rules on for Star Trek. Whatever it ends up being. Yeah, that we just reinvented GURPS. We just reinvented Powered by the Apocalypse. That's what I'm saying, is like, they could just do that very easily. Yeah, and like, people are like, oh, don't you mean GURPS? Yes, of course I mean GURPS. But like, most systems use that. Most generic systems are exactly that. And what I'm saying is that, like, they are doing this. And I'm not saying this is a good idea. I'm saying that they could be doing this instead. They're treating D&D as a GURPS, as a Zero Engine, as a Powered by the Apocalypse. They're treating Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition as a setting neutral generic system. Which just like, again, I don't think this is a good idea. I don't think this is a good idea. I'm not saying that like I want this to happen. I'm saying I think this would be a better idea than trying to force sci-fi and superheroes and urban fantasy into a very narrow ideation of like setting and mechanics. D&D 5 is the best system to try first, so you can find out what you actually want to play, but don't stick to it. I highly disagree. I think D&D genuinely sucks as a first-time system. I can name probably 5 systems off the top of my head that are cheaper, simpler to learn, and more streamlined than D&D 5e. All of which have a comparable level of specificity in what they're actually playing. Or sometimes they're a bit more specific, but that usually helps. I'm not going to say Lancer, because Lancer is just as crunchy. Lancer is as complicated, if not more complicated. I don't think that one counts. Kane. Vampire the Masquerade. And I'm even going to say the entire World of Darkness. I'm not even going to list them individually. I'm going to say Wildsea. I'm going to say City of Mist. I'm going to say Blades in the Dark. That's 5 right there. And that's like including like all the other Powered by the Apocalypse games like Perfect Draw. Like not to mention any one-page TTRPG. Like D&D genuinely, one of the only systems I could say is probably worse for brand new players is Lancer. And even Lancer might not even be that bad, because Lancer, you say, okay, this is a mech combat game. Think of it like a board game, but you can do anything. I can do it. Like I can just like do whatever I want. It's like, oh yeah, so you have like movement and you have guns and you have rules, but you don't have to only choose like valid targets. You can choose to shoot the terrain. You can choose to try to overload your reactor and then bum rush them. You can try different things and like, huh. Okay, and then within the framework of only combat, because Lancer ultimately is a combat system, it's a war game. Using that, it can give you the freedom to build the muscle of creativity. Mage the Apocalypse is probably the worst first. So you mean Mage the Awakening? Mage the Ascension? Lancer in big parts is revamped D&D. Yeah, I think Lancer genuinely sucks as a first person's, like a baby's first TTRPG, but I think D&D is worse because, again, I made a whole short about this and people like kept arguing with me, and then I was like, no, you have not convinced me. But most people were arguing in good faith, which is pretty nice to see. Generally, this community, I don't know if it's like, I don't know if it's you, I don't know if it's me, I don't know if it's just discourse has changed over the years. This community has been very good about having civil disagreements that I've seen. I will get people that disagree with me, and they will tell me they disagree with me and give me their thoughts and opinions, and I will tell them, no, I disagree with that, like here's why. And then they will be like, oh yeah, that's fair. And like, we'll usually have some sort of common ground. I have very rarely, I have definitely gotten it, but not like on a community level, like on an individual level. Like, you're stupid, this is stupid, you're dumb, die. Like I've very rarely gotten that kind of thing, or like, you clearly don't know what you're talking about, delete your channel kind of stuff. Like, I very rarely get that stuff. D&D was my first one. When I ran by proper DM, I didn't have much of an issue picking it up. Same with 80%. I mean, like Matt Colville made a video about this recently. Like, gaming is a tradition, right? Like TTRPGs as like a hobby versus tradition versus like an industry, like all that kind of stuff. If you started playing TTRPGs legitimately with no one teaching you, I'm saying no friend or family in person, no online videos like you watched Matt Colville videos and got into it, no like watching Critical Role or like actual plays online. If you actually literally saw D&D in the store and you picked it up and you read through the rules, then you got a bunch of other people who also have never played and said, hey, do you want to try this out? And then you ran for them, and then like you just raw dogged it, you have my respect. Literally every single person I know who has ever played D&D learned from someone else. I am in a spot where I grew up with it. Like I remember when I was very young, I had, and I point to this as like one of the formative bits of games that I had growing up. It was the D&D 3.5 basic set, the black box. This had like a dungeon. This had like 16 minis in it, 4 pre-made characters. It had like details on the outside town. And I remember being so confused that like, well, where is the town? There's no map for the town. There's no like tiles for the town. How do I go to the town? And like, I had to like overcome the mental barrier of like, what is on the board is not everything that is there. I also had Eye of the Beholder. I actually still have this. This game sucks so bad. This game is so not good. I still have it. And I've played it as recently as like 5 years ago. Like 5 years ago, I was playing Eye of the Beholder on my DS in my room, or not even 5 years ago, like 3 years ago. It's just one giant dungeon delve. It's like a 3rd edition dungeon delve. And also Dragon Shard, my beloved. This is an RTS game that also has dungeon delving elements, and it's like an RPG light. And it's also not very good, but it is one of my 2 favorite games growing up. Does anyone know? You get points if you get this right. Does anyone know what my 2 favorite games growing up were? Yes, absolutely, it's all nostalgia. I have separated my favorite game from my favorite games growing up. Dragon Shard and one other. D&D 5 comes pre-broken. Like by raw, you can't cast Revivify because it needs to target a character, but corpses can't count as objects. Do they? Huh. I mean, that's very much like a read as intended versus read as written. Lancer's become an absolute favorite for my group by a long shot. Most 5e players and most fantasy fans, but all jumped in the mecha game 110%. Love it. And your shorts got our attention. Aw, awesome. Hey, Clam. Eye of the Beholder's peak. It is not peak. Wait, so Signalis. Anya, you're saying Signalis is one of my favorite games growing up. Anya, the game that I played on stream over like the past like month is one of my favorite games growing up. No, my one of my other favorite games is Star Wars Battlefront 2. And you do not know the serotonin I got when I found that it was on Steam. Mind you, I got it before the whole like remaster that came out like 2 years ago. Like the port that came out 2 years ago that was like really bad. OG Star Wars Battlefront 2. I had a friend that had it on his like PS2 or something. Maybe PlayStation 1. I don't even remember. It was like probably the PS2. And he would never want to play it. And so I was always so sad, but I was so happy when we got to play it. Because like my friend was very much I'll say he was very demanding. So he was someone where like anytime we spent time together, like this is my best friend growing up, like he always wanted to do what he wanted to do, and I just went along with it. Because boundaries, what are those? So like growing up, like it was always what he wanted to do. And another game that I wanted to play all the time. And this is one that like actually unironically, I might look into like getting this and streaming it at some point. Does anyone know the game Naughty Bear? And this sounds so sus. This sounds so weirdo. This sounds so like not something I should have been looking at as a child. However, what it is it's a game where it's effectively Hitman, but you're a teddy bear. And so you're a teddy bear going around like assassinating other bears. I'm gonna look up Naughty Bear, and if it's gonna be something inappropriate, I'm gonna be so sad. Yeah, so this was on the Xbox 360. And so it's this game where like you're this teddy bear and you're going around this like really sweet, happy, like happy-go-lucky like plush village, and you're slaughtering them with like machetes. The OG Dead by Daylight. I thought it was more like Hitman. Our friend group has the issue where everyone wants something but also doesn't want to force the others to do it, so we're stuck trying to choose for like 5 hours. Yeah, I've gotten way better over the years. So like obviously I don't want to force anyone else to do anything. So for a lot of my childhood and even into my adulthood, I would just like reference what I wanted to do. And I would kind of like, even if they said, oh, well, what do we want to do? I would say like, well, how about we do this thing? And then like, I just kind of float the option by them. And then I wait for them to say like, yes, let's do it. And then I ran into the issue where like nothing would get done. So over the years, if I'm deciding with people to do something, I will just say, okay, we're doing this. Good. And then if they say no, I'll say, oh, sure. Like, what do you want to do instead? But like, I will just say, okay, we're going to this restaurant. We good? And then they're all like, yep. And then we go to the restaurant. I will say, okay, we're playing this game. We good? Yep. We play the game. And like, just making the decision, just making the guys that made Naughty Bear made Dead by Daylight. Also, Naughty Bear is a trapper skin. Oh my gosh. If I recall correctly, you can go on a killing spree because another bear doesn't invite you to a party. Yeah. Yeah. Search up Naughty Bear. Safe search on. Yeah. Not on stream of all things. So like, I'll just make a decision. That's called being decisive. And I think the big part about being decisive and not bossy is giving explicit checks to see if they're on board. If I said, we're doing this, and then I just start doing it, that's bossy. That's rude. That is imposing myself. However, if I say, we're doing this, is that okay? We're good? You're all right with that? If I say, this, like, I'm making the choice for all of us, is that okay? Anyone can veto it, and I will respect that. However, very few people veto it because very few people have a strong opinion. The big opinion people have is they don't want to be the one to make that decision. No. So I don't say I'm doing X, who wants to join me, because that kind of like drags people with me. I'm going to the taqueria. Who's joining me? Makes it seem like I don't want to go anywhere else, even though we were also talking about the Chinese place. I made my decision. I only want to go to taqueria, and then there might be division. There might be conflict. So we're just all going to go to the taqueria, even though you really want to go to the Chinese restaurant. Instead, I say, okay, we're going to the taqueria. That good? And then if someone says, well, I kind of want a Chinese, then I say, okay, then we're going to Chinese. That good? And then everyone says, sure. And then we go to Chinese instead. Slight difference in wording. Arrow, you're not getting rid of the puppy girls if you're that assertive, and you wonder why you attract an audience. I said a thing on Friday. I said a thing on Friday's stream. I remember it. I don't know who here remembers it. I don't think anyone clipped it. Where I was just like, I like hurting my players. I like when they beg me to stop, and then I look them in the eye, and then I say, come now, you want me to continue. And then they weakly nod, and then I continue to hurt them. Like, that's what I want from a Kane player. And like, I said that, and the entire chat was like, Arrow! And I told my friend about that, and he's just like, Arrow! Meow Wolf. I'd like to do this. Is that okay with you guys? Is kind of what we do. That's the thing, Shade. That's all GMs. That's not like a kinky weirdo thing. That's just GMs. Yeah, I'd like to do this. Is that okay with you guys? Yeah, like I'd like to do this. I'm going to do this. Let's do this. Is that okay with you? Not who wants to join me. Is that okay with you? Now, what I will say, if I am dying to go to that taqueria, I will say, I'm going. Who wants to join? But that's also because I'm comfortable. I'm meeting up with like 3 friends. I want to go to the taqueria. You really want to go Chinese? Okay, like we're meeting up for like the next like 4 hours. Let's go grab food. We can like get it to go. We can just go to a separate like 3rd location. You can have your Chinese, I can have my taqueria, and we can eat together. And depending on how well I know these people, I might be like, hey, give me some of your Chinese food and I'll give you some of my like burrito, and then like we can share food. Like that's just something you can do. Arrow's always saying this. It can be both. Putting the master and game master. Me and the other GM in my group are also like this. Bro, I give my GM more whips to... Bro, I give my GM more whips to lash me with every session because I keep writing lore for them and go, as a writer, oh, this would be cool character development. In that analogy, Arrow, I don't ask you to stop. I ask you to pick up the pace. If I say anything right now on this same topic, it's going to be so bad for me. So I think I just keep my mouth shut. The only thing I will say is I get a great deal of no, I said I wasn't going to say nothing. Oopie broke Arrow from... No, you didn't break me for a moment. I was trying to like process. I was trying to consider. All GMs, not just you. Exactly. Not just me. I'm not the weirdo. Yeah. This reminds me of the Brennan Lee Mulligan clip of the Dom DM, which the funniest thing about that clip, he opened with like, on your knees. And he very obviously, like everyone reacted around him, like gasped and like hid and like, oh, and like he very clearly recognized he started at like 7 out of 10, 8 out of 10. And that was too much. And so he dialed it down to like a 4, which I think is very funny that as an improv actor, he was like, okay, I'm going to start like fairly into this. Oh, that was way too much. Let me dial it back. What were you going to say? A great deal of whimsy. Yeah, that's what makes me laugh so much about that clip. On your knees is crazy as a first session thing. Pull the eject cord on the mech pilot seat. You call this trauma? I call this a difficulty tweak. I will say, Anya, are you the one that started calling me Ari? I've had people calling me Ari for like a year now. Like most people call me Arrow because I'm Arrow Writes. I've had people call me Ari. And like just one person started doing it randomly. Yes, because of our autocorrect. I've had people who just like decided, I'm going to call you Ari. And I've had people call me Ari. I know, like I've had people like be like, no, this is intentional. I'm calling you Ari because I think it's cute. And I'm like, okay, I don't really care. Like, call me what you want. What was I going to say? What I was going to say is I derive a great deal of satisfaction I get a great deal of satisfaction from pushing my players to the edge and then pushing them over. And I like the tension, and I like the drama, and I like the emotion that comes with just like, I make you feel something. Replace gun PNG with whip PNG. The GM basically spoils her entire Kane missions between all of us because she knows we're too honorable to put all the pieces together in metagame because we enjoy the suffering. Suffering builds character. Suffering builds character. I enjoy pushing someone to the edge and then they ask me... No, that's... I can't phrase this right. I'm talking about TTRPGs. I'm talking about TTRPG and like I know, I don't arrow ... me. I hear this too. I am listening to what I'm saying, and I myself am going, Arrow, what are you doing? What are you doing here? Apparently it's your players. There is no right way to phrase this, Arrow. So what I'm saying is I enjoy pushing my players to the edge and having them ask me. No, I can't. I like hurting my players. I like hurting my players. I like bringing pain to those that are in my care. Make the whip sound. I have a whip SFX. I just don't have it on my soundboard. The palm conversation was more respectable. Oh my gosh. So you like edging your... No, it's not a joke. It's not that I like edging my players. It's like I like getting my players up to the edge of what they can take. And then like pushing them a little bit past that because they ask me to. I think that's fun. You had your players hugging and crying on the floor one time. I had one time where I was running for my group and I got in a shouting match. Yeah, edging, your trauma edging. Sure. I was in a shouting match with one of the players and the other players were like literally like hugging each other and like eating, like actually eating popcorn as they were watching. I've had my entire group burst out crying. Yes, Arrow, that's called. But like, I thought edging is you like just get up to the edge and then you stop. Like I like it when I get up to the edge and then they beg me. Whoops. Gotta get to sleep soon. Good night. If you show your players an edge, somehow they'll leap off it themselves. Yeah, they're all lemmings. I want to see a VTuber whose community name are the lemmings and they all like jump off cliffs. Arrow Dom's out in full force. And not in full force. I told a player about a mission I thought they wouldn't be in, so now gaslight them in a dementia hut. Oh my gosh. They ask you to edge their trauma, now let's kill. Listen, I did a false Hydra where I gaslit my player. I ran the Valentines where like Hattie was just like subjected to the worst things. Like I enjoy... There's no phrasing here that works. I can't say the players being at my mercy. I can't say players submitting to me. I can't say players like loving what I do to them. Like I can't say this. I think I'm the wrong sort of GM. We are not seeing this VOD. Aerodom's at 710 after MS Paint said knees. Listen, this is Aerodoms at like 5 out of 10? 6 out, or I guess 5 out of 10 would... Okay, question. Is it normal is 1 to 10 is Aerodoms? Or would it be 1 is like Aero subs and 10 would be Aerodoms? Because like I need to understand like where am I on this scale right now? Because like this would be a like if it was this, it would be a different number than if it was this. You wonder why the puppy girls are here, Arrow? I do wonder that because I don't say these things to my chat. You enjoy seeing the light leave your players' eyes and they like it too. Is that a sussy thing? That sounds like a sussy thing. Maybe there's a reason you can't say it without sounding sus. It's because anything I do sounds sus. I will breathe into the mic and people will be like, Arrow, stop moaning at us. I'm like, I'm breathing. 1 is normal. It has to be a full spectrum scale, don't it? So that's the thing. Is it a full spectrum scale between the bottommost and the topmost? Or is it a scale just of dominance? I feel like it'd be positive 10 to negative 10 scale. Oh, okay. So normal is at 0. And then we have Dom going to be a sub. This would be -10. This would be +10. That kind of checks out. So where would this be like a 6? Because you do, moaning is breathing strangely and no one hears normal either way. You know, I'm at 20 right now. No. That's called down baditis. Ah. Oh, it should be logarithmic. So I feel like 9+ is like the forbidden layer. I feel like 9+ is where like you get into like I like behavior I can't talk about on YouTube kind of deal. So I think that there's like a gate here. Right? That's like a padlock that's on that. Remember we were talking about TTRPGs? I mean, yeah, I guess I want another girlfriend video. Like 9+ is electronic roleplay. Yes. 9+ is when stream gets taken down. Then -9, -10 is calling Hive Mind mommy. Okay. What I will say. I was paid like a lot of smackaroos to call that Hive Mind mommy. And I have dignity. However, my dignity does have a price. Like let's not mince words here. Would you say there's a gateway on both? Yeah, so there is. I feel like there's also a lock here. Similarly, you can't actually like reach this point while remaining like safe for YouTube. I think that there's like a wormhole here, like so if you go too far in one direction, you actually come out the other way. And because of the lock here, you're actually stuck here. $20 will always be $20. Okay, that needs to be that needs to be a new joke. That needs to be a new joke. Just like anytime I say something sus, first of all, you can do the VTuber thing of TSKR, which is short for Tuskaru, which is like a acknowledgement of like you did something like embarrassing or sweet or something, and then it's something that the viewers say to like a VTuber, and they're like, "Oh my gosh, you sneezed, Tuskaru!" Like that's just like a VTuber thing, or just like spam $20, just like $20. Anytime I say anything sus, just like $20. That would be so funny. The down bad DLC, if you will. I mean, I don't really engage with that sort of stuff. I'm not really about that life. However, as I have discovered, just by being my normal self, that life kind of like is creeping up on me. Amazing screenshot. Okay, what I will say, I fear the day. Do I say that? I fear the day someone draws fan art of me where the theme is $20 is $20. Does that make sense? Oh, really, Arrow? The Arrow Ace person doesn't engage in NSFW activities. I'm just Heisenberg yelling in the back of the car trying to save. And I jinxed it. Okay, let me make it clear since we're on the topic. $20 activities. That like realm of content. I've had people ask me about it before. I'm fine with it. By all means. Just please keep in mind. No minors. No animals. No hate speech. And nothing to do with toilets. These are all things that like I will ban you from the community for. And like, art is art. Just straight up. Art is art. I'm not going to stop that. Problem, if we give $20 every time you say something sus, you might be considered reinforced learning. No, so I'm not saying give me $20. I'm saying put $20 in there. Or I really hope no one makes that kind of art of you. I mean, like, that's the thing is, I'm not inviting it. And I have said, like, don't. Basically, I said, like, I'd prefer people didn't. However, if people are going to, that's the general guidelines that I have set up. Because those are all things that, like, make me like deeply uncomfortable or just like turbo illegal, right? A mixture of those two. Other stuff, there's stuff that like I prefer not to be depicted, but also it's something where it's just like, I'm not gonna micromanage art. The big thing is that if you're gonna do anything that's like really sussy, even if it's not like fully $20, even if it's like only like $18, for instance, even if it's like riding the line, that's something where don't post it do not post it in the Discord. That would be something where if you want to share it with me, you can at me on Twitter, Blue Sky, but don't post that on Discord because there are minors there. Yeah, you will not be the first one to make that kind of art of me. Yeah, like to make it clear, I'm not asking for this. I'm not inviting this. I'm not saying please do this. I'm saying that if you are the sort that is going to do that, despite the fact that I'm kind of on record of being like, yeah, I prefer that not really be how my community interfaces with me. Keep those in mind. Have I tried telling people not to press the red button, but easier to wrestle an elephant? So, I mean, the thing is, I don't bring it up a lot because I feel like the more you bring it up, the more people are weird about it. So I don't even like talk about those kind of lines before those lines that much because broadly speaking, if I say, hey, here for that kind of art, don't do this, that signposts, hey, everything else is acceptable, which I'd prefer you not, but I want to at the very least, like, I don't know how smart this is, but it's like, at least you're drinking in my basement. Like the idea of like the parent being like, oh yeah, if they're out like smoking weed, I'd rather they smoke weed in my basement instead of like out at a park at midnight. Like, if it's sussy, be sussy. Not bad, at least. Be funny, like the Apocalypse Row one. Okay, the Apocalypse Row one, I did explicitly request that one. That one, I said as a joke, it would be so funny if someone did this. Where's... The Apocalypse Row one, explicitly, I requested this one because I thought it'd be really funny, and Ryu, who's in chat right now, delivered. This one was really funny. That face when you make fan art of Arrow wearing miner helmet and using a forklift as a ladder. We're not going to joke about that because that's like, yes, that is wordplay. That is silliness, but we're not going to joke about that. It's just something out of anyone's control if it's going to happen. I mean, that's what my thought process is. It's going to happen whether I want it to or not. And I commented on this and I actually had some NSFW artists, or at least one person who was like involved in NSFW art, like respond to my tweet and just be like, yeah, 18 plus artists, very good usually about respecting people's boundaries. They're not going to make art of you if you don't want them to. And like, I appreciate that. I'm genuinely really appreciative of that because like, fell behind 7 minutes due to signal loss. All the talk of bringing things to the edge is wild. Do not the Aerodrich horror. Yeah. You're legalizing cannabis, so at least it's regulated. Hey, Dire Queen. You're more prepping for when someone makes the art, not if. Like, yeah, exactly. So like, I'm not saying I want this or I'm encouraging this or I'm even like, would I be comfortable with it? I don't know if I would be comfortable. I haven't seen it before, so I don't know if I'd be comfortable with it. But that's not how, the big thing is, I don't want that to be how the community engages with me, right? I'm not here to be gratifying. I am here to be silly goofy. Like I'm not even here as an educator. Like, yes, I am an educator, technically speaking. I educate on TTRPGs, and I think a lot of people see me as an authority on TTRPGs, even though I'm really not. But I'm mostly here just to be silly goofy. I'm here to have a good time, a fun time, a silly time, a goofy time. The goofs and the gaffs must flow. So I'm not really here for this stuff. And I don't want that to be how anyone primarily views me. So on the topic of Lancer, did you see Zach Tack's new video on Lancer? I mean, like, he has a lot of them, yeah. I watch them when they come out. I don't know if you mean the Minotaur or if you mean the House of Order, but yeah. Major in silly, minor in education. Well, so major in entertainment with a double major in education. Bring it together. Call that edutainment. Because like ultimately, I do like make silly videos, and like obviously the voiceovers tend to be more just like strictly comedic or strictly silly or strictly sweet or whatever. But like my Lancer videos, are comedic to teach you about the frames and to teach you about the Lancer game system. My Mega Dungeon videos are like entertainment, but they're also meant to equip you to make new encounters and to give you encounters that you can use in your game. Malagast, same thing. Like, yeah, it's entertaining, and the goal is to be entertaining, but it's also education. It just happens to be a form of education that is very niche. Education is so much entertainment. You got to hold attention to teach. Yeah, why do you think I have so much silliness? Like, what we could do, I could open up one of my shorts right now, and I could like break it down. We could watch it through once, and then I could be like, okay, what do we learn from this? And we can like walk through it and be like, what was communicated effectively? If you're into World of Darkness, did you see that new Hunt of the Parenting yet? I don't watch Hunt of the Parenting. I have not kept up with it. I have a sibling that loves it. I never really caught up with it. Like, for a teacher persona, you need to hold comedic timing to either use or avoid it. Yeah. And like, I don't consider myself an authority on TTRPGs. I do consider myself an educator on TTRPGs, silly as it might be. You're an authority on TTRPGs whenever it helps me win an argument. Jokes are funny, but in reality, you very nice being around because you like to be safe for work. Yeah. I mean, like, I'm say so. I.e. safe for work, innocent, sweet, those kind of terms. It's a VTuber term. I don't curse. I keep everything pretty PG-13, even if we have some suspect conversations. They generally ride the line. I don't talk about anything 18 plus, partially for YouTube TOS, but also just because like I believe TTRPGs should be accessible to everyone. I am a TTRPG channel before all else. And so there are people in my audience who are like 13. If you are, don't say so. Keep your age hidden on the internet. Keep yourself safe. But like, there are people that are 13, 14, 15 watching me. And so, yeah, like I'm going to make like sussy jokes because 13, 14, 15-year-olds can handle that. I'm going to have unhinged conversations because it's silly. But I'm not going to talk about anything like actively inappropriate, or I try to avoid it when I can, because I do recognize that there are people that are very young watching this, not like kids. I don't think I have anyone, I probably have very few people that are like under 13 watching me. I'm say so, also palm up or palm down. I am say so, but I like to see players beg. Yes. And are the keys not enough to hold attention? This is true. This is true. I don't personally get the cursing thing as much, but heavily respect that you have restraint. I mean, the cursing thing. Fun fact. I have not cursed since like middle school. This is not something that like I started for content. This is something where like I made the decision back in like middle school, maybe high school, where I was just like, I don't want to curse because it has so much more power when I do curse. Are you planning on making a bunch of perfect draw NPCs or stick to the ones in the book? Oh. I'm making them all myself. If I end up running the game for people, I'm making all of them myself. And I'll probably use NPCs in the book as a base. But like, I love, like the thing that makes me want to play Perfect Draw is making decks. For those of you who don't know, Perfect Draw, Yu-Gi-Oh!, Magic the Gathering, Bakugan, like a TCG or other related like game TTRPG. The entire world revolves around this children's card game. You build your deck, it's powered by the apocalypse, you do your moves, and you fight other people in a very narrative-oriented, like anime-style game. And I really want to play it, and someone was kind enough to gift me the core rules via itch, so now I can. And my goal is I have a couple people in mind I want to run Perfect Draw for. And I'm going to reach out to them and see how that works out. Yeah, Perfect Draw is really silly. And it has stuff like you build your deck. So you'll have like a series of staples. And these are generic cards that you can always access no matter what cards are in your hand. But you also have special cards that are like specially chosen by you. And so you might have staples that create like warriors, which are the creature monster equivalent. You might have staples that heal you for life. You might have staples that deal damage directly. And these are like active actions you can always do. And then in addition to that, you have special cards that you physically make. Like you design them, like you choose a name, you choose an ability, you choose multiple abilities, you choose weaknesses, and you balance it based off of like the power scaling. And then you have one card that's your ace. And your ace is a special card that gets one more power because it's slightly busted. It's slightly overpowered. And also your ace, you can like harder the cards in. You can be like, my grandfather's deck has no pathetic cards. And then you draw your ace always, right? If I play Perfect Draw 100%, I'm making Bakugan inspired deck. Yeah, like I've talked to you all about the character I want to play in Perfect Draw. Do you want me to say it again? It's one of the few we would love to run play instead of running it. I like your writing advice on the concept of how you can build your characters in downtime. Yeah. Surprisingly, a lot of your TTRPG advice is really good writing advice. You say surprisingly. First off, Amaro writes. It's in the name. But also, fun fact, I used to have a series like 2 years ago where I was giving writing advice. And it performed worse than my TTRPG content. Obviously this was 2 years ago, so maybe that would change now. But what I did is sneakily, I stopped updating this, but I started taking all of the concepts that I would put in my writing advice stuff, and I started putting them in my TTRPG advice videos. And the secret to TTRPG advice is it's like 30-30-30. 33% of it is communication. 33% of it is writing advice. And 33% of it is improv. And then 1% of advice related to TTRPGs is like system specific. Right? Or like mechanics, right? Obviously this changes based on system, but like most, like a third of my TTRPG advice is just, hey, here's how you talk to your friends about stuff that bothers you. Here's how you tell your friends you want this thing from them without upsetting them. 33% of my advice is just, hey, here's how you write better characters. Here's how you establish a character arc without forcing its conclusion. Here's how you establish backstory elements that are actually interesting to engage with. And then 33% of it is just improv. It's like, hey, how do you, in the moment, come up with a cool line? Like that, this is what all of it is. Quantum writing advice, it is both in writing advice video and TTRPG video, so Arrow could hit us with it no matter the choice. Exactly. You would love to get some writing advice. Honestly, like my audience has shifted significantly in the past 2 years. I might make some more writing advice videos. The issue is that my bar of quality in editing is so much higher. And so shorts that once upon a time I could do in like half an hour unironically take me like 2 hours plus. Which, if you've seen my shorts, I hope it pays off. I hope that my videos from today, or from like yesterday and from this week, are significantly better than my videos from 2 years ago. The issue is it takes like 3 times the amount of time. Off topic, but they're making a new X-Files series. I never got into X-Files. I'm sorry. But yes, so Perfect Draw. The character I want to play. I want to play someone who is playing a deck that is a life gain deck. And my ace would be a creature or like a warrior or a item. I'm not sure which. My first level's item, I think I might go actually a monster for this though. A warrior. Where they make it that if you are like X life over starting life, you lose. So I play a life gain deck. I give you a bunch of life and I give me a bunch of life. So I heal both of us, and all of my cards are like, I heal my opponent for 2 and that allows me to heal for 1. Like, or I get to heal 1 life, and if I do, my opponent heals a life. Like a bunch of stuff that like seems like it wouldn't be that good, but because my core strategy is increasing their life, I then can win the game by that. And I want to have this be like, they're all angels. And they're probably supported by like paladins and knights. And then what I want to have my rival be, I want to have a rival that is a self-damage deck, where their ace is like a demon. And they deal they deal damage to themselves, but they're super powerful and they're super hard to deal with, and they're really good at rush down strategies. And they have a thing where like they get stronger to deal more damage to me if they deal damage to themselves. And so it's a foil situation where I'm healing them and myself. They're damaging themselves and damaging me. And then I'm angels, they're demons. And then they also have like knights. But these are probably like dread knights and like hell knights and like skeletal knights. And I would want it to be that I play a very super ego character, very rules oriented, utilitarian, Kantian ethics, very much just like, I'll never go down to your level. I am better than you, so I need to save you. And that is why I play angels, is because I have a savior complex and probably also a bit of a martyr complex. And then my rival is very utilitarian, ends justify the means, get what needs to get done, like practicality over ethics, and like they feel like they are not important enough to be saved. And so they are going to tear down the establishment, even if it means crashing and burning as a result. And so then it's this situation where narratively, we are complete opposites. Mechanically, we balance each other out. And then like, I mean, do I even need to say it? The first thought, rivals to lovers Yuri. However, in Kane, we already had Yuri, so it might be Yaoi. Forcibly rapturing your enemies. And then both characters kiss at the end of the arc. No, and I've said this before. I want, like the final confrontation needs to be, for whatever reason, the rival hands me their deck. They're like going off abroad to America because their parents got a new job there, and now they won't be able to see me anymore, but they want me to remember them, so they're going to give me this card, and then I'm going to be like, well, when you get back, you'll have to beat me in a duel for it. And they'll be like, yeah, win. And then they turn around and they walk away, and we part ways as like the sun sets at the penultimate episode. Then I turn around to the BBG and I'm like, I'm here to defeat you. And then I have an angel demon deck where I combine them together, and I have a bunch of life gain and life destruction. And so I'm going really hard on self life gain and really hard on self-life loss. And so I just deal stupid damage to them with the demon. And I also have my really powerful angel. And we're just like going forward for this. And then like, it's the perfect fusion. Orzhov, Death and Taxes. Yes! Yeah, they're going to the dreaded overseas. Well, because, okay. If I run or play Perfect Draw, what I really want to do is I want it to be a 4-kid stub. I really want to the gayest thing two people can be our shonen rivals. I want it to be a 4-kid stub where no one ever dies. People just get taken out of commission. They're knocked out. And like there's this like grown SFX that's played over top of them. Like, oh no, my rival isn't like dying. They're going overseas to America. And then they're never seen or addressed again. I don't want it to be like people are threatening each other with guns. I want them to point at each other and say, we're going to point at you really menacingly. Nephilim deck, yes! Ah, yes, the rival Vero writes, Ace reads. Getting sent to the shadow. Yeah. Instead of dying, you get sent to the Shadow Realm. I think that'd be so much fun. Your sun is so grand that both angels and demons found a common ground in your destruction. And you fuse the two ace cards. Oh my god, it's like a fusion deck and like... and it... Okay. The angel and the demon fuses to form Nephilim, which is like a legendary card. And so if the angel makes it that if you have like X more life than your life total, you lose. And the demon is probably like at the start of your turn, lose 1 life, and this creature gains like a bunch of damage. I think what it would be is that it's like you cannot gain life. Your opponent, like no one can gain life maybe, and everyone loses 1 life each turn, and it's also really strong. And so Nephilim is like the ultimate, just like this game is ending in like 2 turns, right? So it's this idea of like, I have my strategy, you have yours, I'm going higher and higher and you're trying to drag me lower and lower, and then balance. I'd watch the 4Kids dub of Arrow Perfect Draws. Wait. No. No. Okay. I stream. Perfect Draw. I run it seriously. I run it like a subbed anime. I run it where, yes, this is a ridiculous setup, but I treat it seriously, and everyone's like dramatic and edgy. And then I re-record all of the lines with the players, and we dub over it as if we were a 4Kids dub. And then we make it so that while the stakes in game were that we were like gonna die and like get shot out back by the mobsters, we're like, hey, we're gonna take you outside and make you pay up by doing laundry service for the gang. And it's like, we can't do that. And so like we're really nervous for whatever reason in game, but the dub, we're just like, man, I don't want to spend the next 5 years doing laundry for these guys. That'd be so much work, but it would be hilarious. Oh my god, that would be. I think that would need to be live action, right? I don't think that would work well with like a tabletop thing. I think that would need to be like a high production live action game played. The demon has to be on the very nose like Diablo because it was named after the actual demon in the Japanese. Yeah, I'll run El Diablo. That means the Diablo in Spanish. We're gonna make you do dishes with the fishes. That's so good. Arrow Perfect Draw is now dubbed on Dimension 20. Dude, like... Okay. We'll make it even funnier. I get a bunch of high-profile people to do this. Like, I get the Critical Role cast to dub over the game as they do anime voices. That would... Oh my gosh. Yeah, dishes with the fishes of fire. Gosh darn, we can't lose. I hate the smell of detergent, Arrow. Exactly. Just like... Man, my fingers are gonna get all like, I'm staring down at my hands, and they just like... really poorly make all of the blood covering my hands like bright fluorescent purple, and it's just like I can already see the laundry detergent staining my hands, and I'm like, I had just killed a man, and that's why I'm covered in blood. But they're like framing it as if I'm like seeing visions of me in laundry detergent. You need to make sure casting choices are all completely wrong for the characters. That'd be so funny. Basically an abridged series. No, basically an abridged series, but like 4Kids. We're gonna chop your hands off if you lose. My fingers will get all pruny. The BBG, once you've been defeated, hero, you will be my intern. Oh, it's like one of those arcs where it's just like in the original sub, it's like really creepy weirdo stuff that's like very uncomfortable because like obviously when you have like teenage girls in an anime, you have to objectify them. And so it's like really just like the most horrifying thing being threatened. But then in the actual like dub, it's just like, hey, you're a real purdy one, ain't ya? And it's like, ew, you're gross, weirdo. And then like they just completely neuter any tension. and completely change the vibe of the scene. Oh my gosh, that'd be so I love 4Kids dubs because they're so bad. These dirty dishes keep piling up on my conscience. Or make it like the blood in Chinese censorship. What is the blood in Chinese censorship? Blood in Chinese censorship. Anime? Oh! Oh no! Oh no! Oh, I can't. Oh dear. I can't show that on stream. It's white. Yeah, I noticed. Make sure to have onigiri shaped donuts. Oh my god. Have I told you that I spent like my entire childhood really wanting jelly donuts? Not jelly donuts, onigiri. That were like plum onigiri. But like, I spent most of my childhood legitimately thinking rice ball onigiri were donuts, like Japanese donuts. And so it was only when I was like a teenager that I learned that wasn't the case. And then I think I was like in my 20s. I was like an adult. I was like actually like a fully developed person before I first had onigiri. Which is so funny because as I was a teenager, I went to Japan and I did not have onigiri my entire time there. Arrow learns and Arrow wishes to unlearn. I still think the hammer gun from 4Kids One Piece is way more threatening than an actual gun. Look up Invincible train scene with Chinese censorship. I don't think I want to. OMG, you don't even know in the French dub they call them hamburgers? Oh no, not my hamburgers. My back, I need to stretch. Truly the French were something else. Listen, do the French really deserve hamburgers? You need to cut and rename everything that's Japanese from the dub, but still leave it visibly wrong. Okay, so it's a situation where like this would take so much time and effort. I cannot do this. I don't think I will have the time and effort to do this ever. If I had like a dedicated editor who could do this, I think that'd be hilarious. But like, we have graphics on screen. And all of the cards we translate into katakana. And we have it all written out in katakana and kanji and like in Japanese script on the card in like these graphics that pop up. So we have a little bit of like, we have like a Yu-Gi-Oh card, right? So we have like the name, we have some art, we have like the text box, but it's all in katakana. And then like, visibly with just a block of color, we block over it with like, if this entire thing is like a gradient of like orange and pink, this is just like a flat block of yellow. And it's just like in like Comic Sans text written over it is like a very truncated version of what it does. We would need a team of editors. Yes. As an Italian, can confirm the French don't deserve anything. Okay, but there was also giant rice ball that they replaced with giant subs. No. It wasn't a rice ball. It was a bottle of sake. And they replaced it with a sub sandwich in the dub. It'd be even more funny if there was a 4Kids version, the non-dub version, but only like releasing the non-dub after a while. Okay. It's like 8 episodes. It's like 8 episodes. Wait. Okay. People really enjoyed the Kane game. Do we think we could get people halfway as invested in the Perfect Draw game? Because if yes, we could get community-drawn comics / manga depicting each session. So each session would be like, I don't know, 4 to 6 pages of manga Each artist is responsible for one session, so no one has anything like too much on them. And then the manga, the comic, is what we dub over. And that's where we dub over, where we leave the plain like subtext. However, reading over it, we do it in 4Kids voices. That might be really good. Because then that's like reasonable. Can't forget the MC blatantly cheating in like a fifth of the battles. Yeah. I prefer the censored version of Tapir because they replace a sake bottle with a pillow. So instead of being drunk, he's a sleepy guy. How many layers of irony can we go? After the 4Kids, someone making a bridge parody. That sounds way more doable. Yeah. The issue is I would not be like that would not be a financially responsible venture for me to like pay artists for. And I would not feel comfortable being like, hey, artists, can you do this for exposure? Like, that's just icky to me. So that'd be something where I would have to wait until I'm in a position where I can actually do that. I think it'd be funny, so there should be a crowd for it. Listen, a lot of ideas are really funny, and then you actually go through them, and it's just like the worst thing ever. Because they're funny in isolation, and then you start executing on them, and they're not actually that good. Then you have the novelization, which is surprisingly great. Well, okay. If we make this a whole thing, I would be down. This is a big commitment. I would be down. If I can secure artists, I would storyboard, and I would write the manga, and I would work with the artist on that. And I could also probably write a severely summarized novelization. That would be really funny. We need to give Arrow all of our money. Listen, you don't need to. If you want to, Patreon is a great way to do it. That's just monthly, like $5 USD. And also, like, I'm thrown is for stuff, right? Arrow launders. Arrow is not laundering money. If you storyboard it becomes a lot easier on the artist, yeah. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is funny because Yami Yugi is explicitly... Yeah. In the final episodes, he, like, alters fate to draw the card he needs, which means retroactively, all of that Hard the Cards nonsense was literally just cheating. And then he still loses. Okay. It's been 3.5 hours. I'm going to start answering some questions. Yippee! How are you today? :3. I am doing okay. I gotta go to the store after this. I have chores I actually did a lot of chores the other day. I'm feeling better. For those of you who don't know, I had a minor medical mishap the other week, like a week and a half ago at this point, closing out on 2 weeks. And I have since recovered. I'm basically at full functionality again, and I am doing okay. I am, to put it completely honestly, I'm a little bit uncertain of the channel right now, because after a fantastic June, we had a very middling July, and specifically in the past week, there were a couple of videos that performed like, not just like you didn't seem to like them, like YouTube wasn't showing them to anyone, which is always concerning. But I'm gonna keep at it. My hope is I can start up a Perfect Draw game soon. I'm making an effort to chat with some friends some more. I'm playing some 40k later this week, and I've been having a good time. Yeah, Shizu explains the Millennium Puzzle can be used to rig RNG, so Heart of the Cards is tutoring cards. Exactly. How long such detailed of a backstory do you enjoy / tolerate as a DM? Would the length change based on how many knives the players give you stab with? No. As a GM, give me a summary. I love lore. Give me a summary. You know, it depends on what the vibe of the game is and how much I know you and how good of a writer you are. I'm going to be so real. But most of the time, long backstories don't actually matter. And I, as the GM, want something that matters. I don't care that you come from a family of 9, of which you were the 7th born, and all of your siblings like above you were slaughtered systematically, but not before you gave me their names and their personalities and their backstories, and that your parents were evil and then they were unseated, and now you're actually second in line to the throne, but you ran away because you were upset by what happened with your older sibling killing all of your other siblings, and then now they're after you, but then also on top of that, you went to this fishing village and got adopted by this fisherman, and now you learned how to sail the seas as a sailor, but you're not actually the sailor background, you're the soldier background, because after the fisherman died, you were taken by nearby soldiers and conscripted in the army, and blah, 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 blah. Like all that stuff. That's cool. How much of that's going to come up in game? Even though, yes, I could use the knives of like the fisherman to stab you. I could use the knives of your siblings to stab you. I could use the knives of all of this different stuff to stab you. Ultimately, none of that matters. I love when level 1 characters have a 13-page backstory. See, like, you say that, but if you don't have a 13-page backstory at level 1, like in real life, what are you doing? As like an 18, 19, 20-year-old, you're like a level 1 adventurer. Maybe level 2. Some people I know are like level 3 or 4 because they had like a really storied life, but I feel like if you don't have like a 13-page backstory, you're not giving yourself enough credit. I think that everyone has lived a life that is worth like 13 pages of backstory, whether that is something such as they had a really struggling academic career and they were bullied a whole bunch, whether that was because they had to pick up work really young, whether that was because they like were involved in a really bad crowd and like got involved in like gang activity, like whatever it might be. You probably have like 13 pages of backstory when you're like 18, 19, 20 in the real world, where everything is considered boring. Now imagine that in a fantasy setting. You could do so much. The issue is what were you doing when you were like 13 to 15 relevant to what you're doing when you're like 22? Like you just graduated college, you're at your first job, you're like a level 1, like real life person. Is what you're doing at 13 to 15 relevant? Is that ever going to come up? No. Okay, don't worry about it. I don't need to know. All I need to know is that like I'm a former noble from this house, and all of my older siblings were slaughtered. Like all 5 of my oldest siblings were slaughtered by my directly older sibling. I'm in the 7th of 9th, and now I'm second in line. I ran away, got picked up by a fisherman, and then I got conscripted by the army. And now the army has sent me here to be an adventurer. This can be summarized in like 6 sentences. That's all I need. Maybe you give me the name of the army. Maybe you give me the name of the army and like what my rank was. Maybe you tell me what the fisherman was and like what that village was. Maybe you tell me like the crest of the house and like what made that house notable. All of you were in charge of copper deposits and you were like rich copper barons. However, the copper mines have since run out and now you're basically coasting off of generational wealth and name alone. Boom, I have enough I can work with that. I don't need to know that back in the ye olden days, you had some dealings with like demonic shadow demons that gave you access to the copper mines. And then the copper mines were actually cursed. So all the copper you gave out to other people cursed them. And then like there's suspicions and dark rumors surrounding your house, like all that stuff. Like if you want that, sure, focus on that. But don't hit like 7 different notes and expect me to care about all of them. The main thing, and people have said this, and I have said this, motivation matters more. Why are you doing this? Why are you an adventurer? Why are you with the rest of the party? Not what did you do before the party? And also, similarly, for GMs, whip out the backstory in the first 10 sessions. I'm gonna say it. In all likelihood, you won't be having 100 sessions. So you don't need to wait 50 sessions before introducing the main character, the main like baddie of this person's backstory. Also, if you do have 100 sessions, great. If you introduce in session 80 the father of the character from that noble family who somehow defied death, they have 80 sessions of not interacting with that father and not caring about them, and their backstory is now the backstory to their backstory. Their backstory is now what they were doing in sessions 1 through 40. So what happened in sessions 1 through 40 happened like 2 years ago in real life, and also like multiple years ago in game. That's their backstory now. You are playing a new story at this point. So you don't need to like save their backstory so much. I read a basic framework and fill in the blanks as needed. Who they were, the most important connection, how they ended up like this. Most of their life doesn't matter. Honestly, I think the big three reasons, the big three notes. Who were they when they were really young? What were they doing right before adventuring? Why did they start adventuring? My character, for the same example, was a noble from like a very cutthroat, assassinating family. They then joined like a fisherman. And then from there, they were picked up by the army and sent out as a part of like the special reconnaissance unit to help with adventurers. Boom. Backstory, backstory, backstory. I have 3 notes. I can mix and match all I want as the GM. I can hit notes from the army and have it be relevant to you. I can hit notes from that fisher village and have it be relevant to you. I can hit notes from that noble and have it be relevant to you. I don't need to know more details. Your stream randomly jumped back half an hour. Want to know the lore of my character simplified? I mean, you can say it. I'm not going to read it. Just to be completely blunt, I have other chat messages to read through. My latest character in Kane is just trying to survive and relearning how to want to do things again. So the neglected twin sister she hates doesn't matter anymore when she's about to get executed. Exactly. And like, so many people come up with a backstory where they want an arc. And the game goes like this. They want their arc to be like this. Right? And this is like focus time. And so what ends up happening is that it might be like this. And these like are roughly the same slope, right? They're roughly the same like averaged like line going through them. However, they're distinct in shape. And a lot of players would be frustrated by this. They're like, I didn't want my arc to go like this. I wanted it to go like this. Like, why is this happening? And so when you go into a game with an arc in mind, that tends to be at odds with what happens in the game. However, if you're good at improv and communication and role-playing, you can tell your GM, hey, I have a character, for instance, the life gain character in Perfect Draw. Great example. I can go into the game and I can tell a GM, hey, I want to have a rival that's self-damage. Here's my personality. What? Here's my personality. Here's their personality. I want it to be that we're constantly at odds, but I want us to like, despite the fact we're rivals, we're diametrically opposed, I want them less to be like a villain, and I want them more to be like an anti-hero. And I would love for it to be that we're constantly put in situations where we have to work together, even though we're not friends, we don't like each other. And ideally, I would like it to end with an enemies to lovers romance, probably with a bittersweet ending where we get separated, or they die, or like something happens. And then my GM can say, okay, sure. And then because I communicated that, and I also left it very broad, if we have a tournament arc, they might be paired with me in the tournament. We are duos in a tournament and we hate that. Oh, we hate each other. Oh, but then we get to know each other. That builds up the enemies to lovers. And even though we're not really like enemies, we're antagonistic to each other. We don't like each other. We're constantly trying to win over each other instead of working together as a team. If instead it's a free-for-all, everyone's out in the city just kind of like pursuing their own investigations, they might be pursuing the same investigation I am, doing a different lead, doing different methods, and we're at odds. So we end up arguing and we end up fighting each other multiple times for the same clue. And so we're constantly like, I win, I get this clue, you win, you get that clue, blah, 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 blah. Both of those follow the exact same arc. Both of those subscribe to the idea I had in mind. Wrong button. Both of those subscribe to the idea I had in mind of the arc that I put forward. However, one of them it has a completely different like narrative trajectory than the other. And that's because the arc I gave was generic. Or rather, it was broad. I often think the and therefore and but methods work phenomenally well. Someone else asked me, how is my day going? My day's going well. Like I said before, I am feeling better. I had a minor medical mishap the other week. I am gonna go do I'm gonna go to the store. I have chores that I actually did the other day, so I should be fine on that front. And I have a video tomorrow that I need to do, which my video for tomorrow is Lancer. I have Lancer frame. And then after that, I actually have Lancer Tactics. Ooh, I forgot about Lancer Tactics. Any tips for how to find a Lancer game? First thought, PilotNet. Second thought, AeroCord. I don't know if I know Zactac doesn't have one. Dragon Kid might have a Discord. I don't know if they do or not. So if they do, that would be perfect because they have a bunch of Lancer content. Like basically find the community Discord of either Lancer or of other Lancer content creators, and then you should be able to find it there. If you want in person, generally your local game store will have like a Discord, will have a forum, will have a Facebook group, will have some social media presence that you can join, and you can say, hey, I want to run a game of Lancer, who's interested? And randos will say, I'm interested, and then you run for a bunch of randos. And it's scary, and it's weird, and you don't know who they are or what they're interested in, and you have to have like safety rails set up just in case, but ultimately, that's how you meet people. Fourth thought, kidnap your IRL friends. Realistically, how would it actually go down with enemies to lovers in whatever context you want that they're enemies to lovers in? So, sorry, I said enemies to rivals. I meant rivals. Rivals to lovers. Because what I would want, ideally, if I was to like write this as a story, I would have it be the life gain character would be super moralist, holier than thou, kind of haughty, and would be the sort of person that like wants to save people from their circumstances, even if they don't want or need to be saved. And then the self-damage person would be very pragmatic, more hot-headed. I guess it's like very optimist, pessimist. It would be very get stuff done over get it done right. Like this is get it done right. This is get it done, or get it done quick. Like tear down the system and tear you down with it. Like a bit of a martyr. And so I think what it would be is that as they interact with each other, life gain character would learn from the self-damage character to chill and to like basically bend their morality, allow themselves to exist in a world that is not built for their mental schema. And then the life gain character would teach them there are good people out there and you are worth something. And so it's a situation where one of them learns, I am holding the world to my standard, and the world does not live up to my standard. I can try to change the world, but I should not expect the world to play by my rules. I need to change my rules to better fit the world. Meanwhile, the self-destruction character says, there are better people in this world than I thought. The system is disruptive. There are evil people I've met before, but there are good people. I do not need to scorched earth. I am worth something. I need to excise the cancer, not kill the body. And so then they have these character arcs where one of them learns, they both learn to chill in either ways. They both kind of come towards a more centralized form, but they still have their character traits. And then naturally it's just kind of like then they smooch. Because like obviously you don't need to have them smooch, but I think it'd be really funny because all of the classic, like, oh, shonen rivals, like, are the most gay thing you can be. I think it'd be very silly if they're like, they both have this profound impact on each other. And then there's a situation where like one of them sacrifices something for the other one. And it would probably, what it would probably be? Oh my gosh. Okay. Hear me out. They're in a situation where the life gain character sacrifices something of theirs that they otherwise, like, the entire time would like refuse to tarnish because like, oh no, they have to hold themselves to a higher standard. They're better than this. They sacrifice something that really matters to them for the self-destruction character. And so the self-destruction character like takes it and rocks it and like actually accepts the help and in turn helps the life gain character like get compensated for the sacrifice that they made. And so it's a weird thing where this one is all about healing, this one is all about destruction, but this one destroys something and this one heals. And then that's when they have a moment of like, oh, you have changed me. And then it's like the sloppy making out gif. Like that's the goal. The life gain character would learn to bend. Yes, bend their morality. What my mind goes to is that Joker and Batman relationship is super toxic and unenviable. To me, that's what enemies to lovers would look like realistically. Well, yes. That's why like enemies to lovers in real life sucks. Dinos or Galaxy in the museum? Oh, dinos or Galaxy in this museum? I think that if you're at a museum right now, you're probably not in it anymore, but dinos. Favorite TTRPG? I mean, right now it's got to be Kane. Like right now it's got to be Kane. For a while, it was City of Mist. Just because I really enjoyed the mechanics of it. I really like Vampire the Masquerade. I'm very apprehensive but excited for 6th edition. Yeah, only bend their morality and no other thing. Listen. Okay. Life gain. Self-destruction. That's all I'm going to say. So I like Kane right now. I really enjoy Kane right now. I'm kind of moving off of Kane right now. I enjoyed City of Mist. I don't think it was my favorite. I think it was the one that mechanically was very new to me because I'd never played Powered by the Apocalypse before, so I really enjoyed that. I love D&D even though I complain about it. I hate D&D, but I love D&D, but I hate D&D, but I love D&D. I don't really have a favorite. If I have one, like if someone asked me like, hey, I want to play a TTRPG, you choose anyone you want. What do you want to play? I would probably choose like Perfect Draw right now because I really want to play Perfect Draw. I want to try new systems. I want to try Call of Cthulhu. I don't really have a favorite that's like my go-to. Toxic relationship with D&D, yeah. That's why I did like, this was like 2 years ago. I did a Smash or Pass. I did a Smash or Pass of TTRPG systems. And I said pass for D&D because D&D thinks it's better than everyone. And I don't need that in my life. And then I said smash for Pathfinder because Pathfinder can give you anything that D&D has, but without the ego. And like has always been there for you like a good friend. And I'm just like, yes, that is what I need. My friend group's probably going to do D&D 5e again in November when the WoW spot book drops. I forgot it was WoW was the other one. I have James Workshop themselves trapped in a salt circle. They must fulfill your 3 Warhammer-based wishes before they're set 3. What are your wishes? So like, I have my boring answers. And I have my fun answers. Boring answers. First off, drop prices / scalping. They know what they're doing. It's problematic. No one likes it. It sucks. Remove the chuds. There's a lot of people in 40K in the fandom that are chuds. And I mean that in the cannibalistic humans from underground or whatever. Like, I mean that in the face of, like, they are legitimately problematic. They are tolerated and in some cases pandered to by the company. And they are just, like, completely not healthy for the hobby. There's lots and lots and lots and a super majority of people that are in the 40K community that just want to roll up with their Space Marines or their Sisters of Battle or their Eldar or their Orcs and kill stuff. And I love that. But there's a lot of people who are, like, actually nasty about it. And then the third thing would be actually put in effort to supplementary material. Games Workshop loves throwing stuff at the wall, seeing what sticks. And most of that ends up being mobile game trash. And some of it becomes non-mobile game trash. And then occasionally, you'll get a really good product. And for instance, Total War Warhammer. Very good product. Total War 40K. Seems like it's going to be pretty good. Dawn of War 4, I've heard good things about. Right? These things are like the boring ones. For the fun ones, female Space Marines. And just because I know it would upset people, make it that they've always been there, and also all of them are trans. Just to upset people. Not because I actually want this, but because it would upset people. Excuse me. Gotta blow my nose. Reveal all of the secrets. Who is the Alpha Legion actually loyal to? Give me a definitive answer. Who is Cypher? Give me a definitive answer. What is Zinch's current plan? Give me an answer. Pulling out John Cena, exactly. And then I had another one. Oh gosh, what was my other one? Oh yeah, remove Dark Eldar. You know what? Screw it. Just remove Eldar. Like these are my actual ones. These are my actual, like, boring answers. These are the fun ones. Make all Space Marines female. Just because it would upset people. Reveal the secrets. Open the vaults. Just remove Eldar. We don't need them. We just got Exodites. Nah. Get out of here, Exodites. Go with the Dark Eldar. Go with the Craft World. But like, my actual answer would be a bunch of, like, logistical stuff, which is really boring. I'm of the opinion, my, like, actual thoughts on the female Space Marines is, I think it's dumb to have 50% of humanity barred from being a Space Marine when you're already completely altering, like, the genetic makeup of them anyway. And so my personal thought that I think would be, like, the best option is to say Space Marine is a gender. Once you are, like, ascended into being in Astartes, it does not matter if you were a man or a woman or what your parts were or your genetic makeup was or what you identified as. You are now a battle brother under your Primarch. You are the son of your Primarch. You are a follower of the Emperor. It does not matter who you were, what you identified as. All that matters is that now you are a battle brother. I think that would just make the most sense. And I think that would also add to the ethos that 40K has, which is like, everything sucks, right? He, him, but in the biblical sense where it's capitalized. Yeah, honorable battle brother. Like, I genuinely am a little bit surprised that they don't go for this, because the whole reason there are no female Space Marines to begin with is because when they first were making them, they didn't have enough like head sculpts, so they just only had male ones, and then they ran with that. And then like Judds and Right Wing and all this stuff, like it all was like, ew, women in our game. And then they added like female Custodes, and it's like, okay, like they don't have bits, they don't have reproductive organs. Like the Custodes very well could also all be like monogender. All of the orcs, despite being like the boys, are all technically non-binary. Like they are not male, they are not female, they reproduce asexually. Like 40K is already kind of weird with gender. Just look at what the Eldar get up to. Honestly, the Eldar have this really weird thing. Not really weird, but like a really interesting thing where the Exarchs are like their sergeant equivalent. And these are Eldar that go really hard into one emotion in the craft worlds. And so you'll have like a group of Howling Banshees who is an Exarch, who is an Exarch. They have like not quite lost themselves, but they're fully invested in the emotion and the spiritualism of being a Howling Banshee. And the Howling Banshees are all women, except they're not actually. Anyone can be a Howling Banshee. It is just you present femininely, and you present in a feminine form, in feminine battle armor, as a Howling Banshee. Similarly, if you are the sacrifice to summon Cain, it does not matter what your gender or your sex was, because you take on the identity of the young prince. Yes, Cain. And so there's already these like weirdo gender bendy stuff going on, and it's really cool. I have a suggestion. I suggest for Space Marine. Hope GW does give us Misters of Battle. Well, so the Sisters of Battle is one where like there's a lot of lore surrounding why the Sisters of Battle are the way they are. And like, I get it. That's fine. That's like a lore reason. Like there's law in 40K that says like no man shall take up arms for the ecclesiarchy, and so the way they get around that is by only conscripting women, right? But like the Space Marine thing is the one that's like, that's just dumb. Like even if you're like a misogynistic jerk, you have to recognize that barring 50% of your population, sometimes like I think it's like 52, 55% in some cases of your population from being Space Marines, simply because ill women icky, when a Space Marine is completely unrecognizable to a mundane human. Like they don't need reproductive organs, they lose those. They're genetically roided up with gene seed and extra organs and extra like any part of a Space Marine that was still there initially from before they were from before being an aspirant doesn't really matter. They get roided up anyway, particularly with the Primaris project. So there's no reason not to have women. The galaxy is as vast as the people that inhabit it. Who gives a heck about gender when mushrooms exist? We could have so many more Space Marines, and everyone wants Space Marines. I mean, GW certainly wants Space Marines. Oh, that's another fun one. Like, kill Space... I changed my answer. Don't remove the Eldar, remove the Space Marines. See what happens. I want to see where that marketing budget goes. Probably the Guard. What do you think about heroic fantasy and shift from stakes to overpowered heroes that are hard to balance, especially at later levels? So I see what you mean is like late scale D&D, late scale draw steel, like Lord of the Rings style stuff where heroes are powerhouses that they are in and of themselves kind of unstoppable. Controversial take. I don't know how controversial it is. Outside of a very few scant genres, such as cyberpunk comes to mind. Very few stories you go in having any doubt in your mind that the heroes are going to succeed. even in dark fantasy Dark Souls, even in like a romance novel where it's like someone pining after someone, or there's a love triangle or whatever, even in a sci-fi space opera where you have to save the galaxy from the Reapers, Mass Effect style, like, you don't really question if they can succeed. You question how they can succeed. And that's where you get your stakes. And that's the same with high fantasy, is I don't care to wonder if the Fellowship is going to destroy the Ring and cast it into Mount Doom and destroy Sauron and like banish him and all of his armies and whatever. How are they going to do it? Who's going to die along the way? What promises are going to be broken? What bonds will be forged? Who will fall in love? Who will befriend one another? Who will betray one another? Like, storytelling ultimately is about the journey, not the destination. Almost always, the thing people talk about with stories is the journey of it. What happened along the way? Because that's where all of the stakes are. Is because in the final battle, I don't think you're going to kill the main character. I've spent the last like 400 pages reading about them. I've watched the last 2 hours of this movie with this main character. You're not going to kill them. You don't have the guts. And 9 times out of 10, you're right. And so the tension is lost when the only threat is, will the hero survive / will they accomplish their one goal? And so I say, focus on these things. That's why I think the Valentine's hit so hard. Because I gave Hattie the choice, Valentine Gamma. Hattie chose Gamma, failed, rarely, which does not happen very often. But the main narrative thrust of the entire game is, what happens to the other Valentines? What happens to these NPCs? Can I make you love them knowing you're going to lose them? And the answer was yes. Right. I was thinking of reflavoring Cain, but instead of the Psychic Sea and Sins, it's vampires and eldritch beings. How much would this change thematically and lore-wise? My question is, why? Like, don't get me wrong. I love the idea of changing the thematics of Cain, because I'm on record as saying I think Cain would be fantastic as a 40k Psyker game, where all of you are part of the Ordo Malleus, which hunts demons. The Psychic Sea is the warp. Sins are just chaos demons aligned with 4 chaos gods. Your handler / Cain is the Inquisition. You are Imperial sanctioned Psychers, which is why you have to be so careful about the perils of the warp, i.e. sin, grace. And you go around and you have to like root out demon hosts and whatever. So I love that. I love reflavoring it. My question is, like, why vampires and eldritch beings? Because I could definitely see it being like an eldritch beings thing. I could see it being like, oh, like you reflavor Sins to be Lovecraftian eldritch horrors coming in from outer space. I don't know where the vampires come in. It's annoying when a story tries to act like anyone can die while never killing anyone important. Early Attack on Titan is very bad for it. Yeah, early Attack on Titan had a couple fake outs, which were just like, Era, if you enjoy old school Yu-Gi-Oh!, a very popular community format in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is the Edison format, which only goes up to a set around the 5Ds era. That sounds very fun. However, that sounds very intimidating, because I don't even know, like, up to the 5Ds era. Am I doing this on purpose? I assume this is in reference to the conversation I was having earlier. If you're talking about when I was saying a bunch of sussy stuff, was it on purpose? Not really. I was really just kind of stream of consciousnessing, and so I kind of like pulled back, and then I got embarrassed, and then people kept talking about it, so it was still in my stream of consciousness, so I kept coming up with more ideas, and I kept like holding back a lot of stuff I knew I shouldn't say. So no, it was not on purpose. What do I think would if the False Hydra took over a Union planet in the Lancer setting? I've talked about this before. I've talked about this quite a bit, actually. I would go False Hydra in Lancer in one of 2 ways. I would either go the biological monster angle or a cascaded NHP. If it's a bio monster, I would have it be some genetic mutation that can like make people forget. But I would say all recordings still work. All sensors still track it. However, it's just biological stuff can't perceive it. And so you in your mech can't see it, but your mech is still indicating there's danger. So you don't know what's happening. And so all of the mechs and the drones and the compcons and the NHPs on the planet can still perceive it, but all the humans can't. And all the humans are like, there's just some weird glitch going on. And then they die over time and forget and whatever. And like records indicate that there was an archivist here, and everyone's like, there was never an archivist here. The archives have been empty long as anyone can remember. And the NHPs are just like, brother, I know I just got cycled, but I'm telling you, there was a dude here. That would be interesting. Or if it's a like idol on NHP, I would just say it just works exactly like a false Hydra, right? Because at that point, it can affect other NHPs, it can affect systems, it can affect cameras, it can affect bio. Like, it just affects everything. It has this aura of dementia. Hey, logout. If you only want old school, go to the GOAT format. It should be up on Duel Monsters. Oh my gosh. See, that's the thing. I don't know how, like... I feel like if you have a format that's that constrained, I feel like there's like 2 decks, you know? Like, obviously, yes, you can try an Exodia deck, but like, you're probably only running like 2 decks. I just like vampires as an undead monster, but when Vampire the Masquerade felt a little melodramatic, so I was wanting to experiment with Kane. Another reflavoring idea for Kane was biotech and nanite monsters like Generator X. That could work. Yeah, that could absolutely work. I mean, I've had the thought of, I think Vampire the Masquerade would work great as like a cyborg setting, where your blood dye, your hunger indicates like your battery or your radiation or like whatever like thing gives you your cyborg powers, or maybe your superhero powers was the first thing I came up with. And so you have to charge it. And so it's Vampire the Masquerade, where you have to go like feed on people and like get blood from them, but instead of bleeding them and drinking their blood, instead it's like you ambiate their life force and take from that, or you charge solar radiation that like has to be by another person, like that kind of thing. I think that could be interesting because a lot of the powers can like be very easily superhero powers. Yeah, I'm doing False Hydra and Lancer, and it's an NHP who cloned itself with a body. I ran a Lancer game once, didn't end it properly, but the idea was that players was an extremely backwater planet colony where was first found the non-technological NHP, basically Coral from AC6. Oh my gosh. What is my favorite Lancer mech? Methinks me wonders if I have a favorite Lancer mech. Methinks... I don't know what it might be. Whoa. Wow. That mech is quite something. Whoa. This is my favorite mech. This one right here. I like this one. I want to pilot this one. I like the big mech. I like the big gun. I like big mech. Wait, Caro? Have you heard of an indie animation called Murder Drones? I've heard of Murder Drones. All I know is that apparently it has like people in its fandom. That's all I know about it. Also, I think the character design is really cute. And like one of the Murder Drones has like built-in like beanie or bangs or something, and that's kind of cute. Have you ever ran Lancer's Solstice Rain / Winter Scar campaign? If so, what parts did you homebrew? Fun fact, I've only run Lancer once. I really want to run more Lancer. And I ran a half-written module that I wrote up where I did it over 2 sessions. And I ran it for some people, none of whom had ever played Lancer. And that actually taught me a lot about Lancer, like running it once. And I've never played anything official. I've never run anything official. I know, gasp. Murder Drones has an edgy, silly vibe that's very enjoyable. Nice. How do you maintain tension for Kane? I finished my first hunt yesterday, and after the first third of it, the tension kind of fizzled. So, again, in playing Kane is another one where it's like, it's kind of grimdark, so you kind of expect that people are going to die. However, do not make the main tension, oh no, what if we die? Because as a player, they are either thinking, you're not going to kill us, it's fine. And then they ignore the tension. Or they're thinking, oh, well, I don't want my character to die. So then they're going to act in such a ways that minimize the tension. And so you either need to address that by forcing their hand and not letting them work around the tension, or you need to set them up in such a way that the tension focuses on something else, which is what I would recommend. I would say, if you have a hunt and there is a idol, it's like Cat 2, formed a cult in this like yacht club, and you need to figure out where the palace is so you can execute it. You know who the host is, and the host is like the owner of this really rich yacht club. How can you get in there? You look like you're teenagers that are coming from like Catholic school. A yacht club isn't going to let you in. How do you get in there? And then, not only that, okay, we need to figure out how to get in there. The yacht club is going on this big event, and they won't be back for days. And also, they're leaving in 2 hours. Good luck. So now suddenly tension gets ramped up. You have like 2 pressure ticks, maybe. Maybe. You might even only have 1 pressure tick. And so suddenly you have to go through and you have to be like, okay, how do we get in there? Do we just wait for the boat? Can we infiltrate the boat first? Well, we need to find which boat it is. And you have to like scramble, you have to look it up, you have to do cross-referencing. And then literally at the table, count them down scene by scene. Say you have 4 scenes left until the boat takes off. You have 3 scenes left until the boat takes off. You have 2, you have 1. This scene, if you do not get on the boat, it will leave without you. And suddenly, there's a fire under their butts. They are running. They are jumping. They aren't trying to stealth. They aren't trying to cover their tracks. They're trying to get information. Or maybe they get that information instantly and they enter the yacht club in like 1 scene. Oh no, tension's dead. They got in here super easy. Except no one trusts them. Everyone thinks, oh, they heard about our super expensive yacht club tour and they just want in at the last minute. Ugh. And then so suddenly no one trusts them. And now they need to convince everyone, oh no, we don't care about the yacht. Like, we're here to talk to you about some other thing. Yeah, right before I do my big launch. Yeah, I have stuff to prepare. Bother me after. And so now there's a different tension. They still have that time limit because getting inside didn't solve their problem. And so you have other forms of tension. And then obviously you have like with the hound, you have the grudge targets that it can target. With the centipede, you have the growing tension of the host and like the infested, ogre with the miasma. All of these different things you can do. Pressure increasing should be scary and consistent and a force multiplier. But you can also add on timers on top of that. You can add on a talisman of like every single scene I slash this talisman by 1. Once it completes at 4, at the end of that scene, it will leave. It was a hound and the main leads died real early, and I think that contributed to the tension. Well, so if the main lead died early, why did that happen? And why was there not an alternative? Because if the hound kills the main source of info, they investigate the main source of info, they find the dead body, they're clutching their phone. And their phone has a wallpaper of their spouse. And their spouse happens to know everything that they knew because they told their spouse everything because they love their spouse so much. And so now even though this person is dead, they can talk to the spouse. Now they have to tell their spouse that their spouse is dead. Oof, that sucks. That's going to make investigation harder, but they can still do it. Like what I will say is that if you want to run an investigation and you have information, it should always be accessible somehow. And I would argue it has to be accessible somehow that the players know about. Because you're not putting this information in the game to withhold it from the players. You're putting the info in the game specifically to give it to the players. It should be easy to get to the information. Now, maybe they have to make a roll. Maybe they have to talk to the person with it. Maybe they have to convince them. They have to find them in the town. They have to track them down, whatever. But like, they should be able to get this info. And if one person has one bit of info that is essential to the organization or to the investigation and they die, there should be other ways to get that same info. Because otherwise, why did you kill them? Right? And even if the dice goes against the players, they should still get info, just not all of the info that they would have gotten if they got a success. You learn from talking to the spouse of the dead grudge target, a cursory information of the host, who they are, where they frequent, but you don't know that if you had rolled well, the spouse actually knows this person, is probably going to be a future grudge target, and also is someone who like knows that the host really had a bad traumatic event happen at this one club. And so that club is where the palace is. So the players, if they had rolled well, would have gotten more info, but they still get info even though they failed. And that's really important for investigation. The 4 main leads were the grudge target and the host. Pressure filled up really fast and they ended up killing the host. Yeah, so like give alternate options. That's a situation where like if you have 2 options, and the grudge target, or four targets, 4 options, and all of them die, there's a sudden 5th secret option. And this is a good lesson for anyone else. Don't put all of your eggs in killable baskets. If you have a mechanic that involves NPCs dying, do not restrict information that is essential to the group to these NPCs that are going to die. Have at least one NPC who's safe. Know the same info. Maybe a truncated version, maybe it's split between 3 NPCs, and like if they talk to one of the grudge targets, they can get all of this info at once. Each grudge target knows exactly who the host is, and also where the palace is, and also the trauma questions, and also the weakness of the hound's special ability that's like, it needs to be attacked with Wolfsbane. Like, they know all of this. And so if they die, you lose a more valuable, qualitative source of information, but you can still find the Wolfsbane question with person X. You can still find the palace with person Y. You can still find the trauma question 1 with person Z. That's really important to investigation design, is to have backups that if this person dies, or if this person, like, for instance, in a video game, there's 2 rooms. I start here. And I walk through this door, and then the ceiling collapses behind me and makes it so I can't go back through. And then this has a doorway here. And the only way to get through this doorway is to pick up a key that's right here. Why would you do this? I don't see the key. I walk through. The ceiling collapses behind me. I can't continue. I've now soft locked myself by a very obvious oversight. And it's the same thing with investigation. You don't want anything that is essential to progress to be able or set up to be locked from the players. You always want it to be accessible. So maybe the key was right here. However, you can scavenge from the AC unit here a lockpicking set. Or maybe you can like take off the AC unit, you can climb through the vent, and the vent lets you go here. However, if you do that, you take psychic damage because you're sussing Among Us imposter, you're venting. That's an alternate means of progressing that if you missed the key. That's the kind of thing you have to think about with investigations. Least favorite TTRPG I have ever GM'd. I can't choose that one for whatever reason. Least favorite I've ever GM'd? Of games I've GM'd, it's like maybe a double-digit number. I can't think of too many that I like just did not enjoy running. And if I had a bad time with it, it was mostly due to the group or mostly due to like non-system related stuff. I'm trying to think. I feel like knowing what your players' characters are capable of and improvising based on that is important. No, so that's definitely important. I'm saying, like, so the Hound, it has 3 grudge targets. And there's a host. And in this example, all 4 of them had info. This sounds really good because it's 4 sources of information the experts can go to. However, the Hound's whole mechanic is killing these. So, what do you do if the players don't find the targets before they die? Well, you go to the host. Okay, well, the host apparently was in a situation where they could be antagonized or killed. I don't know what the situation was there. So that's not the situation where like the host being tied so closely to the sin is at risk. So what I would recommend is to add like a 5th person who like the spouse of someone involved, the best friend of someone involved, the little sibling of someone who's involved. And they're not on the grudge list. They don't know everything, but they know enough that they're backup, right? Mage the Ascension. Gosh, do I hate that core mechanic of the game is vibes. I guess. I guess of games that I've run, it'd probably be D&D. Yeah, redundancies are needed. Exactly. I say D&D 5e because I have never introduced someone to D&D 5e where they were not extremely confused. And like, it took them like 2 hours to make a character. And they kept getting confused about like ability scores. And they kept getting confused about like what are spell slots. And like all of this stuff where D&D is supposed to be super accessible. And all this stuff. And it just was not. I'm going to complain about D&D. What is the sin in Kane you struggle to write the most? For me, it's been the Lord for so long. It's become a running joke in my group. So including homebrew, I would say probably Butcher. Because that is just so alien to me, like the idea of like causing pain for the sake of causing pain. Like when I was saying earlier, I like to cause pain to my players. It's because I'm not going to say anything. It's narrative. It's dramatic, right? The Butcher in Harpodos is all about inflicting pain on others for the sake of pain. And it's so alien to me. It's so like, just like, I don't understand that. So I would just be like, well, what would be the point of that? I can't write a character that would have that mentality. But if we're talking core, like the core 6, I'd say Centipede. Because, again, it's like hatred. I understand conceptually what it is. I understand how to like write about a centipede. It's just justifying it is so odd to me. Because with an ogre, you're depressed. With an idol, you want to be loved. With a toad, you want money. With a lord, you want to go back in time. With a hound, you want revenge. All those are easy. A centipede is you want to destroy everything around you to be saved from it. And that's a situation where, like, it's hard to justify that to me. And like, I've been there. I've been there. Don't you worry. I was a teenager once. But it's like, why would this person not be an ogre? Why would this person not be an ogre, a lord? Why would this person not be a hound? Like, why would it not be these other things? And similarly, the infested is such a needless act of violence. Like, the hound will kill everyone in the way to their grudge, but they're targeting the grudge. They're just a freight train moving through the way. A centipede is resentful and vicious and malicious and vitriolic and like hates everything and everyone and wants to spread harm and suffering. And so like that's cool and I enjoy it. And I wouldn't say like I can't write it. I've run a centipede and I've also written a centipede now. Same with canine. Canine is also a centipede. But at the same time, it's like, you started writing up a butcher today. In running Cain, the butcher we faced was a symptom of a more dangerous sin. I'm planning on making a B version, like from Garden of Sin of Butcher. Ooh, this stream is going to be the first one I know of to be member locked when it becomes a VOD. No, it should be fine. I assume the centipede was an individual who despised the circumstances that... Oh, yeah. So, yes, the person who manifests a centipede hates their circumstances. But for instance, I hate my job. And also, my wife left me and she took the kids. And also, I can't run anymore because I tore my ACL back in college. And I hate everything. Blah, 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 blah. Why don't I manifest a lord? Why am I not an ogre? Even an idol works. I'm an anarchist. I want to tear down the system. I don't like it that people are sheeple, and I think you need to wake up by any means necessary. Blink, blink. Blink, blink. Like, yeah, this could be a centipede. It could also be a hound. Like, so with centipedes, they are one where I can almost always just say, like, it's this other one. It could very easily be this other one. Like a mule. And yeah, I'm talking from Core 6 right now. The sister also would probably be one that I really would struggle to run. I don't care of a solution. I don't want the pain to go away. I want to lash out and make everyone miserable. See, Gato, you say that. Hound. Like, send out a hound. They want to tear down the establishment, so they go after politicians. That seems totally reasonable. You want revenge. You want vengeance on these people that were propping up a corrupt system. I mean, like, yeah, you could tear down everyone. I mean, like, maybe you think, yeah, I hate everyone because everyone's stupid, or I'm better than everyone, and also, like, blah, blah, blah. Or, like, the example archives in the Centipede, like, makes, like, the gang warfare one. Why wasn't that, like, an idol? Or a toad, rather. Like, I could see all of them being different ones. I always took the centipede to be like a hound who doesn't have a target, like whatever they hate is not able to be specific. And yeah, that is kind of what it is. And mind you, of the core 6, like the centipede is the one that I'm least comfortable running in like a, how do I actually like run this? I'm fine. I've run a centipede. I've written multiple centipedes now. I get what a centipede is and I'm chill with that. I'm just saying of the core 6, that'd be the one that I'm least like on the board with. Sister Butcher, my new like death metal band. These two from Garden and from Harpo are two that like I don't really see myself ever running. The thing about this is that the Butcher in particular has really cool domains. Oh my gosh, like the flavor of the Butcher is what trips me up. The domains of the Butcher, I love the domains of the Butcher. So like the domains of the Butcher is stuff like once before it meets the XOs, it can teleport in front of them. And for the rest of the scene, it can do whatever it wants, and also it's invulnerable to harm. And so like if it deals like it has to go away once it deals like an injury to an XO, or it does like more than like 3 actions against the XOs, but literally it shows up, it's invulnerable to all harm and just does whatever it wants. It like picks up one of the XOs and starts like stabbing them, or like puts them up on like a meat hook kind of deal, like does all these horrible, terrible things just to screw with you once. That's horrifying. It is the one where it takes a human and corrupts them into a monstrous like pseudo sin. That's like a serial killer. it can take someone and one of its victims manifests their own sin under it. Dude, it's so good. The Butcher's so cool mechanically that I would almost that I would also struggle with coming up with a compelling host. So my idea of a Butcher host, I would probably say it is someone who hold on. I'm cooking. A Butcher host who is severely depressed and at risk. Like legitimately at risk, like has attempted. They harm themselves purposely. And the trauma of that has built and built and built, and then it radiates out to others. And it's not just them hurting themselves, it's them hurting everyone else. It's not cruelty. It is like this desire to feel something, right? And so it's this desire to feel something, and like that has radiated across psychic to go to others as well. And so all of the amalgams that they make, all of the victims that they make is revolving around empowering them via pain. So they have the one where it like makes a serial killer. They have the one where it makes a little baby sin. They have the one where, I mean, like these three are my favorite. So I would want to also do the one where it shows up and it's invulnerable, but also just the idea of like it showing up and hurting the XOs and then leaving. So like, I think that would be a very compelling Butcher because that is about pain. That's about harm. That's about hurting for the sake of hurting. Not because you hate others, but because you hate yourself. Oh, the corpse trap one? Yeah. The Agent Butcher host, truly the most cruel and malicious an individual could be. Yeah. Do you have any thoughts about the X Without Numbers series of TTRPGs? It sounds familiar. I don't know off the top of my head. TTRPG Without Numbers? Like Worlds Without Numbers? Yeah, I'm unfamiliar with this. Stars Without Numbers is the one I've heard of. Yeah, like I have no context for this. I'm unfamiliar. Anywho, it has been 4.5 hours. I have talked through what I want to talk about. We talked about the title of the stream briefly. Any other questions or concerns that you want to shoot my way? Because if not, I'm going to wrap up the Q&A section. And wrap up this stream. One day we'll spend a full stream talking about the title. I already did that. And when I did that, I spent 10 hours. Kane Valentine's, campaign summary. I was locked in for 10.5 hours. I don't want to hear it. I don't want you teasing me. I don't want nothing going at me like that. I am not catching your smoke because my streams are fire. But thank you so much for swinging by. Tomorrow we got a Lancer video. Friday we got Lancer Tactics here on YouTube. Saturday we are going to start up Unbeatable. Right, we're starting up Unbeatable. All I know about it is that it's, I think, a rhythm game that is Yuri. Oh no. And then Sunday is going to be a Mega Dungeon video. So thank you all so much for swinging by. We're gonna do the bye wave right now. Sayonara, as some people call it. So just, if you're here, feel free to say goodbye. Drop a little goodbye. See ya. How's it going? And I will see you Friday for Lancer Tactics. I'm very excited about this. Goodbye, Gato and Dummy and Shade and Harmless and Dark and Andre and Daniel and Clam and Storge and Prez and everyone else who's here. Have a lovely day, night, evening, afternoon, morning, whenever. And take care of yourselves. Bye-bye.